Testing. Testing. 1 2 1 2. Test test. Is everything working? Are we live? Now he's ignoring us. The BGM is here. Sup, chair? We can hear you. Hey, hello. Hope you guys are having a good morning, evening, wherever it is, wherever you are. Whatever it is, wherever you are, sorry. Hello, Burbo. Hello, Sumo Knight. Nothing if not punctual. Thank you, Charlie. That's a welcome change from he hates us. Hello, Beamer. Hello. Gaudy chair. Yep. That's me. Reaganhauer. Thanks for becoming a footstool. Welcome to the club. I hope you enjoy those emotes. I have some super chats and some memberships that I missed out on reading because they happened at the beginning of the last stream when I was yapping. A fever and headache. I hope you feel better soon, Master N. I know that usually feels awful. I've been summoned. Welcome to stream, Vakita. Hello, Speed On. Yeah, I did see Noose's new model. She's got that, how do I say? I don't know if anything changed about the way that they were actually drawn on the model. But I feel like the 2.0 has, like, how do I say? Stronger bedroom eyes. Charlie, think about the 2. MTD is my favorite 4 channel. Oh, fun. Alright, let me go through the super chats that I missed from last stream. Hold on. Let me go right up to the beginning of this. How does it feel to experience the mythical, legendary, resolved internet conflict? Well, I mean, it's not too hard. It's not too hard, so long as, you know, you are willing to act like an adult on things. Though I will say that the conversation was a lot less combative than even I expected. Because, well, I am glad that he was able to come around to, you know, understanding what I was saying. I just didn't expect that it would happen that quickly. Makiris, thank you for the gifted membership. Welcome to Rainstorms. I hope you enjoy being a footstool. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Alright. Skylar McAlory, thank you for the super. We smelled the stench, just didn't know how putrid it was to the core. Yeah, it was, well... I feel like between that and the whole, you know, UK censorship thing, this month has really been the season for my old streams to become relevant again. Not necessarily for a good reason, though. Charlie, thank you for the super. Evan is still cringe. Well, I don't think even he would argue against that one. It was foolish? Yeah. Again, well, I'll discuss it in more detail later on, but... yeah. I'm not going to argue against that. Jano, thank you for being a footstool for 11 months. Holy. We didn't know how right you were, Chair. Oh, wait, I think I read that one out already. Makiris, thank you for the super. That's American corporate culture. Don't discuss what you're being paid with others. I don't think that's exclusive to just America, because I think we have the same thing in Australia as well. I'm not sure if it's just like a Western thing, or if it's a thing in, for example, the Asian countries as well. Greatest threat to free society got recommended to me 3 times in the past week. I wonder why. But yeah, for those who haven't seen, basically last year I did an entire stream going through Australia's U16 social media ban bill, which is basically the law that they have introduced banning children from social media, which on its face wouldn't be such a bad thing if it weren't for the fact that in order for the government to do that, they'd have to grant themselves the power to dox the entire country, pretty much. And the Australian government has a history of doing very interesting things around, you know, the right to free speech. And by interesting, I mean trying to undermine it in as many ways possible. Interesting? Yeah. Yeah. Billy, thank you for the super talent freedom. My oh yeah, I think I read that one out. Akira's, thank you for the super. Donate to the chairman. Furniture politician. Appreciated. Hold on, let me take a look. Random Who Games, thank you for being a Footstool for 4 months. Is talent freedom in the room with us right now? I think it hasn't been in the room with anyone for quite a while. Paper Monarchist, thank you for the super. Talent freedom. For those 2 words, all corpos and managers have ruined themselves. Sun Wukong. Master N, thank you for the super. Surprise, virtue signaling is always projection. Always has been. And I think... Oh, Makirus, thank you for the 5. Wasn't VShojo more a Ponzi scheme relying on new members to prop it up? Actually, I think I read that one out already. But yeah, I think that catches up on all of the ones that I missed from last stream. Makirus, thank you for the 5. UK is turning into the world's lamest cyberpunk dystopia. Can't access the internet without ID, breathalyzers for new cars, etc. Yeah. I mean, I saw people posting about this and making that exact same comparison earlier on today on Twitter. But everyone's mad about how we just got cyberpunk, but without, you know, without Pam. Which is the worst kind of cyberpunk, in my honest opinion. It's not too surprising that we got hit like this in the UK before Australia. Oh, yeah. Well, I would assume that it's sort of... The UK is kind of Australia's cultural father, in a way. So when the UK does something stupid, it generally means that our government is sizing up doing the same stupid thing. Funny that Chair once talked about the Australian censorship back then, now we see it live. Yeah. And again, a lot of people who were paying attention to politics back then would have already picked up on the fact that, yeah, it's not going to stop at just banning kids off of social media. A lot of people would have already seen the signs that our government was going to be up to some shenanigans as soon as that got locked in. Still have a lot I sent over the course of the stream. I think I read them all out, though, over the course of the stream itself. Let me just check. Cute like a pet. Thank you for the super, Master N. 14-hour Twitch stream. Oh, no, I think I read all of the others out. Yeah, no, I think I read the others out as well. Oh, Adamelek. Thank you for... Adamelek. Sorry. Hope I pronounced that correctly. Thank you for being a Footstool for 3 months. 8 acts done at Twitch parties are okay, apparently. Well, I mean, so long as it stays at the Twitch parties. Speaking of funny parties, the VShojo parties is something that... It started off as a... I think it started off as a meme when people were talking about it on Twitter. So, a lot of you might remember, if you were on Twitter around the time that the news broke out about VShojo somehow misplacing $500,000, but people started memeing about how, oh, they must have blown it on hookers, cocaine, and parties. And then people actually started talking about how VShojo would host these big, lavish parties for people, just, you know, random people in the industry. Staff, CEOs, managers, talents, etc., etc., etc. And the funny thing is, apparently those parties do have a little bit more relevance to the current situation than just, haha, that's probably where all the money went. Funless, thank you for the super. Hassan being a donkey with the mentality of a child and Dan being into him. She was speaking against him personally. Master N, thank you for the super. So did Hassan get banned for waving a gun yet? No, unfortunately. I don't think he ever will, to be honest. Hold on. Let me just check the rest. For charity until Dan gun runs away with the money. Billy, thank you for the super. Of course, they're going to drag their feet. They got called out on Twitter. I forget exactly what you were referring to, but if Billy shows up at some point later on, maybe I can ask. Funless, thank you for the super. Hold on, I just lost my place because it shifted. Hold on, let me just find my place again. Thank you for the super. I don't think they understand that unless it's a government contract, you can't NDA a crime. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're going to be going through that little retort against why didn't anyone say anything later on this stream. Charlie, thank you for the 2. Can confirm my client Cinder was invited. You would know. Puerto Rico 51, thank you for the 10. VShojo is the Elizabeth Holmes and Sam Bankman-Fried of the industry. You know, when Giga sent that reply to Gunrun's admission to committing embezzlement, when she mentioned that there were members of the C-suite apparently just playing games during business meetings, the first thought on my mind was, holy shit, this actually is just the SBF of VTubing. I forgot. Sorry, Billy. Sorry, I didn't see it at the time. Hold on, let me see. Scarling, thank you for the super. Going to bed now. O2 stream, Chairman, take care. I don't know what hours of the day this stream is for you, but I hope it's... I hope if you do show up, you're not sleep depriving yourself in order to do so. Hold on. Master Huss House. Thank you for being a Footstool for 11 months. Twitch punished Gunrun by deleting his emote. Yeah, I saw that. It was quite... Well, I mean, I suppose it is just punishment, but... Yeah, apparently his bad investments with VShojo pissed off more than just, people who are directly involved in VShojo. Because there's at least one person in the replies to his admission to embezzlement that are claiming to be ex-Twitch... Well, sorry, a fellow Twitch founder that lent him money because they felt bad since Gunrun didn't manage to get Twitch equity. So that's an interesting kind of tidbit of lore. Vivian, thank you for being a Footstool for 12 months, an entire year. 1 year already, yeah. Damn, it feels like such a... It feels kind of surreal to have lasted a year. I'll be honest, I did not think I'd be able to do it for this long. I can't believe Chairman is at the point of infamy where he needs a super catch-up stream. See, that's the thing, right? When other streamers do super catch-up streams, they're doing it because they get a lot of supers. I'm doing it because you guys give me a lot of supers, and I'm shit at reading when I'm too busy talking about something. So it really is just me being bad at multitasking more than anything else. Mind went to Blizzard with all the talent trauma inflicted. I don't blame you for that comparison, though I do think that there are... Well, actually, I was going to say I think that Blizzard is hands down worse, but that depends on whether we've seen all there is to see about what VShojo was like behind the scenes just yet. 1 year of Chairman, we're getting old. That we are. I keep forgetting Gunrun was a co-founder of Twitch. Don't worry, I think other people forgot as well. I think a lot of people would... The funny thing is, right, prior to this whole thing about VShojo coming out, Gunrun was probably known as, the chill VTuber CEO, the Twitch founder, the guy who invented IRL streaming backpacks. Now he's just going to be remembered as the guy that committed charity fraud, which is certainly one of the legacies of all time. Mercurius, thank you for being a Footstool for an entire year. Holy... A year of glorious marathon streams. Thank you for being here since the beginning. It's always nice to see the same names over and over, all the way back from when I first did that sort of the dissection stream on my second ever video. Speaking of, the aim is to get another one out by the end of the year, so very much a long-term thing, but I'm working on it. With the thing where the talent managers were listed in cost of goods in the pitch deck, they may have also manipulated the numbers. Oh, I have no doubt that there was some sort of number fuckery going on with that pitch deck. But there is a specific bit of information that was shown during that pitch deck that I don't think people have kind of cottoned onto the potential significance of. And that includes myself when I was reviewing it on stream with you guys during the last stream that I did about Twitch, which ended up turning into a kind of impromptu VShojo stream as well. Yeah, gun runs 100% torpedoed his career. Yeah, 100%. If you basically confess to embezzlement and charity fraud, and you sign with your name at the bottom, don't get me wrong, I think it's admirable to go down with a sinking ship. I just didn't think that he'd be able to do it, because that's, that is worse than career suicide. Zuli, wonder how well this stream and the one tomorrow will age after Nux releases the stuff he's got. I don't know, to be completely honest. I'm not expecting anything to age that well in this stream, because this is mostly just going over things that have been semi-public knowledge. So, essentially, when I had that conversation with Evanito, it was prefaced with me telling him, as I do if I'm talking to anyone who I've had some sort of public disagreement with, do not say anything to me that you wouldn't be comfortable saying in public. Don't tell me anything that you wouldn't be comfortable making public as well. And so, for that, my aim for that conversation was, one, to figure out what was the issue he actually had with the post that I made, which we worked out pretty quickly, seeing as the main thing that he had an issue with was just wording of one sentence in it. The overall sentiment he seemed to be, pretty understanding of. And two, to confirm a few of the suspicions that I've personally had about the VShojo parties, the hush money situation, etc., etc. So that's the information that he gave me is probably not going to be, it's not new, I don't think. It's not that groundbreaking or anything, but I think it is useful to file away in terms of understanding how we got to the point that we got to today. Assuming, of course, that it is even accurate. Because I want to stress that any information that I relay publicly from the conversation with Evanito is information that is derived from hearsay from just one individual. So, when you guys hear what I'm relaying, make sure that you evaluate it accordingly. Artemis, thank you for the 5. It's bad when cancelled YouTuber, the completionist, was at least able to donate his quote-unquote stolen charity money and not VShojo. I don't think VShojo is donating jack. I don't even think they have any money to use for that. So Evanito being placed in the... Look, if I'm being completely honest, probably. Unless something more concrete comes out from either, I'm more than willing to put them on the same tier in terms of how much they've contributed to the conversation thus far. Although, actually, I would put Evanito slightly above Tectone, though. Because, at first, he was one of the first people to come out and publicly talk about the fact that VShojo was supposedly paying its first wave of auditionees who got to the final stage hush money in order to stay quiet about it. So, I think that he does deserve credit for that. And I think that if you want to criticize some of his public rhetoric, shall we say, since, in order to have an accurate criticism, that does still need to be acknowledged. Jay, you missed my super? Thank you for the 2, Charlie. Do you think Gunrun went to the sauna for 5 hours? Possibly 10, based on how cooked he is. I trust what talent or people who actually worked with VShojo say more than whatever Evanito claims. That's more than fair enough. That said, though, there is some information... Some of the information that he shared with me was... It did make sense contextually. But, again, we'll get to that in a second. I hate vague posters. Well, good thing. good thing I don't plan on just vague posting about it in that case. Master N, thank you for the 2. Hey, you and Akiko got on... Oh, yeah, no, I saw. That makes me extra keen to do the streams at the end of this week, where I'm going to be sharing more deck lists with you Oshi pushers, if you're thinking about getting into the game. Because, yeah, no, it's really cute watching the talents' reactions to the cards. I can only imagine how Akiko feels seeing them react to the card art and the quotes and all the little references they have in there. Don't trust anyone. Honestly, at this point, I really don't blame people for that level of paranoia, to be fair. I finally see you live. Surprise us, Senor Sila. Welcome in, Emmanuel. Internet is so bad, I'll rewatch the first 20 minutes when the stream ends. No problem. We had a cameo. Yeah, he had a cameo on Pippa's stream. Yeah. Yeah, that was surreal. That was surreal. I get that it wasn't really that big of a thing, but it's still surreal. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. Why did VShojo people sign NDAs? Why did they not just leave and tell Gunrun to go suck it? See, how do I say this? That is a question that is both taboo to ask and probably taboo to answer, for various reasons. But I don't know if the inside of this industry is ready to discuss that yet. Really, at this hour dies at 12:21 a.m. I'm sorry for your loss, Daisy. Alright. So, let me switch over to the slides. Alright. As per usual, when we're talking about something of this nature, a few disclaimers. First, do not attempt to harass, contact, or in any way, shape, reach out to any of the people or entities mentioned during this stream in any way, shape, or form. If you do so, and if I'm contacted, and if I am shown that you have done so, or anyone from the stream has done so, you will be banned without appeal. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during the stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary and are thus protected under fair use. Third, all information/material shown over the course of this stream was posted and or addressed by the subjects of this stream in a public platform and or remains publicly available/traceable. Again, the reason why I am sharing some of the contents of my conversation with Evanito off of Twitter is because at the beginning of the conversation he acknowledged what I said, which was don't share anything with me that you wouldn't also be comfortable being made public. 4. Dates may be affected by time zones, and finally 5, I'll be narrating everything on screen, so if something's a little small, or if something's a little unclear or blocked off by my Fugi or chat or anything, don't worry, I'll be uploading all of the slides onto my personal Patreon, link in description. You can sign up as a free member, don't even need to pay anything, and you have access to the slides for this stream and every other stream that I have ever done. So, start off with little bit of context as to why I've picked up on this particular issue as something that I find to be a little, shall we say, under-recognized in terms of possible implications. Fact of the matter is, when it comes to having an airtight control over the flow of information in and out of the company, VShojo does not have a very stellar reputation, and this lack of a stellar reputation stems from all the way back in 2021, which is something that we've discussed before on this channel, pertaining to the whole debacle that happened with VShojo's first round of auditions. So again, as a quick recap for people who may not be familiar with the lore, I talked about this in more detail right at the beginning of the very first stream I did about VShojo on this channel, so if you want a more detailed breakdown, I advise you to go over there, check out the VOD, it's timestamped for convenience. However, to give a brief rundown, essentially, after VShojo launched their first round of auditions, after people started applying, a doxer managed to get their hands on the somehow a doxer managed to identify who some of the applicants were, and they started sending out spam emails to those applicants, pretending to be VShojo. And these applicants were fooled into believing that this was the real VShojo, and so they ended up handing over sensitive information, which was then later used to dox them. Now, Nux ended up finding out about this because one of the people that the doxer reached out to happened to be Nux, and he played along for a little while before, talking to VShojo and asking them, did you know that this is happening? Did you know someone's running around impersonating you guys? And it turns out that the answer was, quite surprisingly, yes. They were aware of that, but they hadn't said anything. And so Nux got into a group chat with a manager, I suppose, or head of cybersec at VShojo, or whatever his role was, Gunrun, and a talent who we now know was Melody. They all got into this group chat, and Nux had a bit of a back and forth with the staff from VShojo, talking about how he was making a video on this subject and how he wanted to warn the public that this was going on. Now, eventually, he managed to talk through everything with the head of cybersec at VShojo, and he managed to get the all clear in order to post the video, and he did. The only problem was, after he posted the video, the talents started attacking him for going public with this information before they gave him the go-ahead, even though he had gotten the go-ahead from VShojo staff. And then this became a whole drama between VShojo and Nux, and the repercussions of that still stain both of their reputations today, or at least it stained Nux's for a while. I think, especially recently, he has had somewhat of a comeback in terms of public standing, because people have come to realize just how corrupt VShojo might have been behind the scenes. However, one of the things that I criticized in the first time that I went through this entire quote-unquote drama was how reticent VShojo, the staff, and the executives were when it came to informing the public about this whole thing going on. Gunrun only ended up addressing the public on behalf of all VShojo staff and management after the talents had already gone onto Twitter and started blasting Nux in public. So again, this was only one of many instances over the next few years where VShojo's management would essentially sit back with their hands, up their bum, and then wait for the talents to do PR on their behalf. However, one of the bits of information that wasn't quite made very clear around the time where Nux first talked about this was how exactly the doxer was able to so convincingly fool the people that they had reached out to into believing that they were a representative of VShojo. Because it wasn't just as simple as slapping on a convincing email plus a profile picture plus a few bits of miscellaneous information in an email. No. Apparently, one of the reasons why this was such a convincing lie was because, somehow, this malicious doxer had managed to get access to a legitimate copy of VShojo's talent contract, which is a detail that Nux discussed quite recently, as recently as about just a week ago on July 24th this year, in a video titled "Just Now, VShojo CEO is Going to Jail, It's Bad." At 20 minutes 27 seconds, Nux says, quote, "Their contract was riddled in red flags and basically legal robbery." So at this time, he was reading out and responding to a quote tweet by Shy Lily, where she was basically talking about how VShojo had attempted to get her to sign a predatory contract by basically saying, "Oh, don't worry about what's written on the paper, we can change that later. Just trust me, bro." And so, when reacting to that quoted statement, when reacting to that quote tweet by Shy Lily, Nux then goes on to say, quote, "So, interesting you say legal robbery. Some might argue it's not exactly legal. Again, I have seen the contract, so, listen, I know that it's definitely a little bit shady and scummy. I don't know if it's changed since I've seen it. I saw it years ago during the whole doxing situation where someone was basically... So the way I actually found this out is because somebody was calling themselves VShojo and giving documents to people, legal documents. And the way I found out this shit was happening was I sent the documents that the doxer sent to me, I sent them to the CEO of VShojo and said, "Hey, are these your contracts?" And I'm pretty sure he said something along the lines of, "Yes, how did you get them?" So, for starters, assuming what Nux is saying is correct, and to be completely honest, whatever you may think about Nux, what he's describing here does not seem uncharacteristic based off of the level of competence that we've come to see from VShojo's upper management. But somehow, assuming that he is to be believed, assuming what he's saying is true and correct, the company managed to leak an actual talent contract to a malicious doxer. Now, I don't know how that happens, but presumably that has to be the result of failing to vet staff properly. This is definitely the sign of a company having a leak. To say that is a little bit of an understatement, but it is quite accurate describing how something like this could happen. And so, you may think, right, that, okay, that 2021 disaster surrounding their auditions, that's probably something that affected the company and the people in it quite deeply. That's probably an issue that they would try to resolve. Most likely, if somehow you manage to leak a talent contract and you are a talent agency to a malicious actor, maybe that's a sign that something needs to change either about the way that you vet staff, or the staff that you choose to hire, or the way that you handle sensitive information. Right? And to be fair, it has been a number of years since 2021. It's been 4 years since VShojo and Nux had that public throwdown. So you'd think that maybe the company would get a little bit better at making its information, or making the way that it contains information, a bit more airtight. But apparently not. As you all know, on July 22nd this year, Iron Mouse dropped a nuke on VShojo's head by essentially leveling allegations and accusations that they had committed charity fraud as well as failed to pay her money that the company owes her as a talent. And on the same day that Iron Mouse came out with this information, Shibuya Kaho, a friend of, I assume, at least some of the VShojo members, as well as Sea-Dog VA, who's himself a close friend of Iron Mouse, went public with quite an interesting bit of information. She said, quote, "This person moved from a noted VTuber company to another as a staff last year, bragging about his new income. He thrusted me a few of his new business cards to, quote, give to my good contacts, end quote. I found the action obnoxiously rude, but maybe he was too young and friendly to know better. Then, the motherfucker wanted to meet up for tax advice because I'm a native in Japan and I hire an accountant." Okay, Kaison's friend? Okay, thanks for the clarification, Charlie. "I was asked to have dinner in his area, which was quite far from me, splitting the bill. That day, I got convinced I didn't like the guy. Yet, because I loved the talent he worked with, I was only secretly hoping he would lose his job one day. Recently, I heard from another creator that he was showing photos of VTubers' real selves while revealing their personal info, like marital status. I now wanted to find a way to warn other employees. Today, I learned the most despicable shit the company has done to their talent. Don't know if he's involved with it, yet all my personal grudge is nothing compared to such a betrayal. Sometimes, unfortunately, managers or agencies can be the talent's worst enemy. Please always support the talent. Talent first." Now, at the beginning, when people were just reading this, they assumed that it might be referring to VShojo, but later on, during the day, her replies to some of the other people speaking, saying things underneath that initial tweet would pretty much confirm that yes, she was talking about a staff member from VShojo. For example, in reply to a user by the name of Red Coffee Bean saying, quote, "If you knew about this guy, why didn't you speak up earlier? Revealing VTubers' information is dangerous to them. It just looks like you joined the bandwagon when it became relevant." Kaho replies by saying, "Actually, I just came back from the US, where I gathered the info that he was still with the company, and I was actually meeting up with someone who's been working with him in Japan this week. Given that it's a story I heard from someone else, I thought it was best to do in person." And by to do, I assume she means to confirm that yes, he was actually an employee of this VTuber agency, this VTuber company. And then in another reply further down in the thread, she says, translated from Japanese, "That's right. Sorry for going on and on. Since it was about an agency primarily in English-speaking regions, I posted in English. It seems that due to suspicions of unpaid wages and embezzlement of donations, affiliated talents have left." And this was the tweet that basically confirmed that yes, she was talking about a staff member from VShojo. Now, the day after Shibuya Kaho revealed this, Zentreya went to Twitter to say, quote, "Someone who worked with VShojo was giving out info. What the fuck? We are so fucking serious. At the gun run. Dude, what the absolute fuck? I wasn't aware of this and I'm assuming the others weren't either. Did you know? Edit. Reading it was the JP side and it's so fucked, dude. It still stands and I personally don't even know what all happened behind the scenes on EN. I just followed so blindly, leading VShojo thinking it's all cool, man. Fuck me for being stupid." Now, granted, it can be assumed that this was a staff member that only worked with the Japanese side of the company, because of the fact that, again, this was a person who was approaching Kaho for tax advice because she was a Japanese native. However, next little tidbit of information we get from the VShojo talents would start to call that specific detail a little bit into question, or at least it would call into question whether this was the only staff member that was engaging in this kind of behavior. Because 2 days later, VShojo, as we all know, on July 25th, would come out with a statement where Gunrun essentially admits to committing embezzlement, admits to committing charity fraud, and admits to basically scamming the talents. Again, bold move. Not sure it's very legally advisable, but applaudable the same. Because, well, if you're going to be hung, might as well do it. Might as well tie the noose with your own hands, am I right? Blaze, welcome to the stream. Didn't expect to see you live at this hour? Yeah. A little bit of an EU-friendly Guerilla. Support the talent first reminds me of all the women are angels false overgeneralization narrative that is uncritically stupid and wrong. Yeah, I feel much the same way about that. Oh, welcome to the stream, Jareen. It's nice to be able to see some of the people who are usually only able to watch the VODs being able to tune into stream live. However, thing is with this, in the replies to this, as we have discussed before, Giga would show up to say how VShojo failed. Not just because, the company failed for nebulous reasons, but because many staff and leadership failed the company and failed the talents. However, as I talked about in the previous stream, right at the end of this tweet, she includes the following paragraph, quote, "We know which leadership worked on our contracts. We know which leadership constantly sat in VC playing games with staff instead of working on time-sensitive tasks for our events and debuts. We know which staff consistently leaked information about talent. As the CEO, you are the final check, yes, but this means that all checks before you are failed too." From this tweet, we know two things. One, not all of the talents have access to the same degree of information. Because Zen had no idea that this was happening, while Giga is saying we, which I assume means at least one other talent, knew that there was a staff member, minimum one, who was engaging in this behavior of leaking information about talent. In other words, VShojo had at least one other leaky faucet on its hands, 4 years after the first time that had cost them the reputability of their auditions process, at least in part. And so the other thing, though, is when she says, which staff? Now, you can interpret that as meaning, grammatically, one person, like which member of staff. Or you can interpret that to mean, multiple staff members, potentially. But again, the way that the tweet is worded is unclear. And the fact that nobody's been named is, again, another aspect that adds to the uncertainty surrounding this entire thing. However, one thing becomes obvious. It doesn't appear that VShojo has really been able to learn any concrete lessons from the first time that this happened, because their ability to keep confidential information sealed does not seem to be much better than it was before. Now, granted, this time it is information from the talents being leaked, but that's not exactly much better than a talent contract in its entirety being leaked, specifically put in the hands of somebody who then went on to run around doxing auditionees to VShojo. Just the Weeb doing Weeb things. Thank you for becoming a Footstool. Welcome to the club. I hope you enjoyed those emotes. Charlie, thank you for the super. Yes, I always ask tax advice from AV idols. Me too. So, Giga helped with managerial stuff behind the scenes. She might have seen some stuff others haven't. But here is the problem, right? If she has access to that level of managerial information, and the only way that she's referring to it in the public eye is in vague terms like this, what it does is it fuels speculation and adds to uncertainty. However, again, what is pretty much confirmed at this point is VShojo is far from being informationally airtight. They do not have great security measures around, well, either how they vet new staff that they're taking on towards the end of the company's existence, I would assume. And also, they don't seem to have great procedures for making sure that staff don't engage in this kind of behavior. Assuming, again, that it is a member of staff, possibly executive, possibly managerial, nobody knows because it's not been confirmed, engaging in this behavior of leaking confidential information. Now, where that becomes an added problem, where that becomes a bigger liability, and this is something that I don't think I've seen a lot of other people talk about, is when you have a company that has now established a bit of a pattern spread over multiple years of not being great at keeping confidential information confidential, not being great at enforcing discretion, except apparently when it comes to abusing its talents. When more people hand you information, especially sensitive information, the level of liability, the amount of responsibility that you hold in order to keep that information safe, grows with it. And the next day, after Giga posted that reply saying that we, whoever we are, knew who these staff members were, a user by the name of Addison would take to Twitter to post a leaked slide deck from what I can only assume to be an investor pitch, I suppose, document that VShojo was prepping to present in October of 2024 in order to try and secure more investment, presumably to bail out the sinking ship. Quote, Wifey Uvi Dosh and I got access to the recent VShojo pitch deck, and some of this stuff is really interesting. Again, I have to ask, how the fuck did random people get access to the VShojo pitch deck? What are their security practices? What do they actually do in order to keep their information sealed shut? TLDR describes Gunrun as the most well-connected Twitch staff, lost 2.5 million in 2024 alone. Even with aggressive growth, they still not turn a profit, this includes plans to license out IP. Zuli, let's also not forget that the doxer got the contract. The doxer who got the contract also happened to be the same one to dox and swat Nianos. Yeah, okay, actually, good that you bring that up, because that is, again, a very interesting, very suspicious point of, well, that's a very suspicious thing that occurred during that entire debacle. Because, okay, what are the chances? What are the chances of that? Them being able to pull this off twice. Quiet Cicada, thank you for the 5. Nuck's still lying in the video he made on VShojo. He downplayed how long the company knew about the phishing scam. Ultimately, he was covering for them. I think it's perfectly fine if you have that opinion of what he was doing. But again, this is information that I certainly haven't seen other VShojo talents come out and talk about, so unfortunately, despite all of the cries of don't listen to the drama tubers, that particular drama tuber is the only one spilling the beans, apparently. Staff isn't too happy with this? Oh, I would assume not. Because there was quite a lot of information included in this slide deck that was just Gunrun pulling shit out of his ass and basically trying to build up the staff to being more significant in this whole abortive enterprise than they really were. 10 talent managers, uses the fact that they raised over $1 million in charity to attract investment, but unable to confirm if this includes the $500K that was unpaid to the IDF. 10 talent managers, their salaries are included in terms of cost of goods sold. 20 to 30 employees, claims IP licensing will bring in 2.1 million with nothing to back up the number, and initially contained photos, IRL photos of VShojo talent, which we've redacted. By that, they refer to the photos of VShojo Nova. However, there was one tidbit of information in this slide deck that I don't think people who saw it the first time fully understood the implications of, everything considered, especially in terms of the context of VShojo's history with handling sensitive information. 10,000 applicants applied for VShojo EN in 2024 alone. That's 10,000 people who handed over sensitive information to a company that is now confirmed had at least one staff member actively doxing talents. Now, I don't know about you, but personally, and this is my personal opinion, given everything we have come to learn about VShojo and the way that their management, their upper management especially, worked behind the scenes, their executives worked behind the scenes, I don't know if I trust them to be able to handle the information properly, including disposing of the information regarding those 10,000 applicants properly. I don't even know, since we don't know who the staff member that was leaking information was, we have no idea whether they transferred over to the JP side of VShojo after first going through the EN side. We have no idea as to their role in VShojo. We have no idea as to their level of access to what information VShojo had at their disposal. So now, though that 10,000, that number, those are 10,000 people whose information, sensitive information, the kind of information that you become a VTuber in order to obscure and protect, that information is now one big question mark. And that, as a lot of people in chat, some people in chat are pointing out, 10,000 is a big number. And when something that has become quite popular is people will talk about the victims of everything to happen with VShojo. And again, when people use that term to describe the talents, they are absolutely right, because the talents were victims of the way that the company operated. But they're not the only victims. If anything happens to even one of those 10,000 applicants because of VShojo's poor practices around handling sensitive information, there is a whole other round of messy questions that people are understandably going to be asking of people who came out of the company. This is one of the worst liabilities that VShojo still has hanging over its head as a corporate entity. What did they do with those 10,000 applications? We know that they were probably doing those applications, those auditions for the sake of gathering the data in the first place so that they can prove how valuable they are as an agency, so they can fluff up their importance by showing off how many people wish to get into the agency. But again, what of the 10,000 applicants? And these are people who, again, most probably wouldn't give too much of a toss about because they're not big content creators for the most part. Most of them are probably, 1 or 2 or 3 views at most, the overwhelming majority. People who no one has ever heard of. But again, it's not nothing. Because like I keep saying, 10,000 is a big number, and that information has the potential to make somebody's life very, very difficult if put into the wrong hands. And based off of everything we've seen about VShojo, they do certainly seem like the wrong hands. Nothing has happened with any of this information yet, besides, the number itself being put into a slide deck. But even if we assume that this is a number that has been embellished, right? Let's cut this number in half. 5,000 applicants is still a lot of people. And so, having registered this information in context of VShojo's history of handling similarly sensitive information, one of the themes that has emerged over the past week or so is the idea of the fact, well, is this idea that when VShojo, the company, did business, it didn't just stick to harming the talents. They do have responsibilities, and depending on how things pan out in the future, possible liabilities to others as well, including the members of the public that were lured into handing over sensitive information because the legitimacy of VShojo's auditions was still enshrined in a cone of silence around the time of 2024. And this is where one of the issues that I had with the way that the company operated, the way that people talked about VShojo, came to the fore. Because as all of you guys know, I've been talking about how VShojo has shady practices when it comes to handling the way that it communicates to the public about the auditions, about things in general, since July of last year. And it started with me noticing that whereas the first time they opened up auditions, it was Gunrun saying everything about how they wanted auditions from each and every creator, big or small, whatever. With the 2024 auditions, that role had now been taken over by Zentreya, by a talent, someone who should not have that responsibility placed on their shoulders. And I said as much. But at the time, I was very much in the minority, because not a lot of people were willing to point that out as being a bit of a shady practice. And at the time, a lot of people did have quite understandable concerns about the legitimacy of VShojo's audition process. A lot of people were pointing fingers and saying, okay, you say that you have open auditions, but up until now, you have only ever hired people who have been friends with at least one VShojo member prior to their addition to the company, and you have debuted them not as gens, but as individual solo debutants. And as a result of that, this whole idea of VShojo's auditions being this sacred cow that can't be questioned is very much a result of multiple things coming together. Yes, you did have their sycophantic, rabid portions of the fan base who were willing to interpret any criticisms of the company and their PR strategy as a personal attack against the talents, but you also had the talents themselves coming out and putting their own reputations and good names on the line in order to argue that, well, no, people are wrong when they say that VShojo nepo hires, etc., and that in actuality, people should be willing to put their faith in these auditions and just try anyways. Again, I want to make it very clear. We have no reason to believe that the talents knew what VShojo was doing with their auditions, because based off of what we saw with all of the people who were in pre-debut, who were supposed to form parts of VShojo's Monster Girl gen, VShojo's Idol Group gen, the talents had no idea who had been recruited by the company. They had no idea that the people that had been recruited were being strung along. And so, I think it is more than fair enough to assume that when people like Zentreya tried to defend the company's name, they did so out of naivete, possibly stupidity, but nothing more. Certainly not malice. However, the fact remains that part of the reason why there are now 10,000 applicants whose sensitive information is in the hands of people who, to be completely frank, have not exactly proven themselves to be the most trustworthy with information of this nature, part of the reason is because at the time there was such a heavy stigma around the auditions, around criticizing the way that VShojo did auditions. And that is something that I'm convinced needs to change in this industry, because the signs were there. When people said that VShojo nepo hired, it wasn't just an allegation that cropped up out of nowhere and nothing more than hate for the company and or envy for its talents. It was an accusation that was based off of observable reality, a pattern of how VShojo did business, and yet people denied the obvious. When people like me decried the fact that VShojo left its talents in charge of its PR, people said, oh, no, it's perfectly fine if the talents speak on behalf of the company, because that's just talent freedom. They say whatever they want to say. Who are you to question it? And lo and behold, turns out, Yeah, that was exactly what the company was going for all the entire time. By just crossing their fingers, not doing shit, not having a PR team, and that PR team, that allegedly human PR team, just sitting on their ass apparently, waiting for the talent to break in front of public pressure and cave to the desire to just say something, anything, in order to get the public off of the company and their backs. The companies and their backs. And so, the recurring problem that we are observing is that because there is a stigma against speaking out against practices of the company, even if there is evidence right in front of everyone's eyes, people don't feel safe actually coming out and talking about these things, even if they do have something more concrete to say. And when it comes to the auditions specifically, the reason why I pick on the auditions as an issue to talk about in reference to this overarching problem of people stigmatizing others coming out and pointing out obvious flaws with a company's operation is because, surprise, surprise, it turns out that everything that people were saying about VShojo's audition process has been true the entire time. On the same day that the slide deck was leaked, Camila would end up posting a tweet stating that she had been someone who was sent an acceptance email when VShojo did their very first round of auditions, except VShojo never properly followed up on that email and essentially ghosted her before, well, giving her the finger and leaving her out to dry, because they never followed up on it, and she was basically just, left hanging. Now, I want to be completely fair and say that this in and of itself, is not unique to VTubing. There are plenty of occasions where in other industries, people apply for a job and then they are left at the altar. That's how it works for a lot of parts of the world and in a lot of aspects of life. That being said though, when it comes to this in particular, that whole thing about it happens in other industries is nothing more than useless whataboutism. Because regardless of how often it happens elsewhere, it is still scummy when it happens here, and it still has the effect of proving that VShojo's audition system has always been corrupt, and that is the main thing that people are trying to memory hole. So, in the words of Camila, quote, "I want to start by saying the severity of my experience isn't the same as what the others have gone through with Gunrun. Just wanted to share this tidbit because it affected a lot of my friends, including me. In 2022, I applied for VShojo. I applied under my quote-unquote past life. VShojo at the time prefaced that they were looking specifically for smaller streamers. Doesn't that sound familiar? I thought I'd give it a chance because I was very small at the time. I auditioned, I passed. I received an email saying that I would be moving to the next stage, as well as some of my friends. I and others were so excited to have even passed the initial round, that alone was something to be proud of. We filled out the next part. This mainly contained more technical questions. What's your schedule like? Are you good with handling technical difficulties? What kind of streaming equipment do you own? Etc. I submitted that and, well, got another email back. I made it to round 3. I was so happy. I know I wasn't fully accepted yet, but it was still a nice feeling. So I waited. I waited a few days for the next step. A few days turned into weeks, a few weeks turned into a few months. Nothing. I frantically checked my email almost every single day, waiting for something. Eventually, I let it go. They moved on without a word. I was sad, sure, but more confused by the sudden disappearance. A year later, I started growing as a streamer. I met so many other VTubers and learned a lot by being around them. One day I was chatting with a bigger VTuber and eventually the topic of VShojo came up. They told me they auditioned the same time I did. She made it to the final round, but they rejected her. And the finalists, last minute, they rejected her and the finalists last minute to hire someone they already knew. Now, there are multiple reasons as to why this particularly is a scummy practice. Because not only have you essentially fallen through in your promise to the public, the idea that you would actually have what is implied, at least implied, to be a somewhat democratic, egalitarian audition process. But that's really scummy to Haruka, because you've essentially you've been trying to dupe everyone, including her, into believing that she was hired via the normal auditions process. That is not what happened. Instead, the people who were, at least on paper, who had made it through to the company through the usual auditions process, had essentially been blown off last minute. But to go on. And these VTubers were, and this is the important part, given hush money not to tell anyone about it. The girls were devastated, just like the rest of us who got dropped without warning. So, yeah. Thank you for wasting everyone's time, I guess. Oh, one more thing before I forget. You have no idea how many times your talents called me in tears, suffering due to your neglect and the way that you constantly mistreated them. They weren't getting paid, they weren't getting responses from you over 6 months, and other heart-shattering moments I can't share yet. Is this the treatment you give to those who contributed to your success? No one as sweet and hardworking as them should have been treated like that and stolen from. And with that being said, I dedicate this to you, and this is basically she links to a song that she put onto her channel about the whole experience of being misled by, evil executives at an abusive company. However, the pertinent bit of information is this, and just to give an idea of how corrupt VShojo's audition system was, VShojo not only rejected people who actually were told that they would be making it into the company, that they'd gotten to the final round, but when they rejected them, they apparently paid them money to shut up about it. That is a major detail to have come out about this. However, there are a few things about this particular, this particular instance of events. There has been one other VTuber that has come out and said that they were one of the talents who were paid hush money in order to keep quiet. And according to them, they were paid $500 in order to keep quiet. Now, I'll get to why that amount raises a few questions later. However, when Camila posted this tweet, as you can see, 17,000 people reacted to it. It got, well, 650 plus K views, and presumably at the present moment, it's probably sitting around close to 700K views. However, what I mean to say by pointing out all of these statistics is that a lot of people ended up interacting with this post. A lot of people ended up seeing it. A lot of people ended up responding to it. And one of the people who interacted with this post was Evanito, who quote tweeted Camila saying, quote, "The VShojo hush money was a wild arc to live through. So glad it's now public knowledge." Now, given everything that I said last week, I think a lot of you may understand why upon reading this tweet, I instantly reacted negatively to it, because this is exactly a perfect case study of the kind of impotent bragging about insider knowledge that says nothing, contributes nothing to the conversation, doesn't share any pertinent information, and essentially piggybacks off of somebody else taking the risk of exposing pertinent information that they gain from being behind the scenes. This is, in one perfect encapsulation, the exact kind of behavior that I believe should be stigmatized. Because Evanito, and again, this is how I was judging the tweet at the time, Evanito was somebody who was not a talent, not a VTuber, really. He flesh streams about half the time. He was someone who had not expressed any interest in joining any corporations. In fact, he's been quite vocally, corpo bad, if you look through his Twitter. And so, he has no cost to sharing this information himself, right? This was very much... It raised the question in my mind, what do you mean glad it's now public knowledge? If this is knowledge that you held beforehand, why not use it to make the public more aware that this is something that was going on. And one of the reasons why I reacted so strongly to this was this wasn't the first time that Evanito had popped into the conversation around VShojo. Throughout the past 3 days, between July 22nd and 25th, he kept talking about the ongoing collapse, making jokes, talking about, hinting at things that were going on behind the scenes, etc., but never actually contributing anything useful or specific. For example, this tweet from July 22nd, independent VTubers, as you may know, have always been my favorites. From the early days of everyone else supporting Big Corpo, I always supported Big Indie with a few Corpo VTubers who are my friends. I think now is a good time to remind you all that as VTubers, you can do your own thing and be just as successful as an independent VTuber. It will be more difficult, but I believe in you. I think the proof is in the pudding, with people like some of my closest friends blowing up within the last 7 months with no corporate help, just my simple guidance on YouTube. I want all of you to feel this level of success, so keep your head up and keep trying. Again, if you signal that you are this much against corporations, what do you have to lose from speaking out against them? That was the question that was foremost in my mind while I was reading through all of this the first time. This tweet from July 23rd, where he includes a screenshot of Gunrun's Twitter profile and then says, "Do you think if I DM him and ask, he'll tell me what his thought process was?" To which Azehara replied saying, "All those parties they kept throwing were probably fire." I can only assume that Azehara was saying this as a joke. However, it turns out those parties were actually, an actual thing. And Evanito would reply saying, "Wait until you hear about the one with the $2 million in gold bars." I don't know, if everyone is currently confused and at a loss as to where the money went, maybe if you're going to hint at something like that happening, it would be helpful to share a little more information. And then you had this tweet by Faith, a VTuber who is married to Coefficient, saying on July 25th, "VShojo parties were pretty lit, not gonna lie." To which Evanito replies saying, "That's probably where the money went. Gee, I wonder if there's something that everyone has been asking about over the past few days, such as, I don't know, where the fuck did VShojo's money go?" And this Faith replies saying, "I drank 4 Long Islands, 3 wet pussies, and someone else's vodka sours one of the nights. I feel bad now." Then Evanito says, "Drinks and food were free, venues always nice, ain't no party like a VShojo party, moaning emoji." However, all of this I could, at least on paper, dismiss as just, the kind of admittedly cringy, just vague posting, insider knowledge posting, whatever you want to call it, right? This was something I could overlook, except for one tiny problem. See, on July 22nd, the same day that Evanito posted that first spiel about how he supports indie VTubers, corpos ain't shit, that kind of thing, Azehara quote tweeted Evanito saying that with this post. "Oh, Azehara, welcome to the stream. I heard about the party rumors but had no concrete confirmation of it." Well, kind of Evanito to give it to you at that point then. So, in this post, Azehara would say, 2 years and 4 months ago, so this is, around 2023, when Niano, Silver, and Vi left, you said some really interesting things that really stuck with me. Of course, many assumed you were talking out of your ass, but I had a feeling you knew something simply based on the fact that you were around the people and simply based on the fact that you were around and people in corpos tend to talk too much behind closed doors when they feel comfortable. Since you mentioned on the second clip that you would spill the tea if Iron Mouse left VShojo, so are you still going to talk about it now that it finally happened? And he shared these 4 clips from Evanito's stream where he was talking publicly about the fact that VShojo had supposedly sent some of its auditionees hush money in order to stay quiet about the fact that they'd been turned away at the last minute. So let me just play through these clips here. Let me make sure the audio is, let me turn it down to, let's say, 50.
I'm gonna be real with you guys.
How is the audio for you guys? Are the levels all right? Who is VShojo staff partying with? I assume the talents weren't involved. He never gave me specifics. Bit low? Alright, I'll turn it back up to around 75 in that. I'll put it up to 80.
Right.
Is that better? We hear it? Low, low, quiet? I might turn him back up to 100 in that case. I was worried that the audio would be a little fucky because it's Canva. Alright? Yeah, okay. Okay, there we go.
VShojo claims that they did those auditions and they hired people that were smaller VTubers. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think that ever happened. Like can I talk about this? Should I talk about this? So VShojo did a thing. I didn't have to sign an NDA.
Oh, Evanito, welcome to the stream. I hope you don't take me being a little harsh here personally, because I'm explaining exactly how I managed to, well, why I went so hard in those initial 2 tweets that you ended up interacting with. I'm honestly surprised he had those clips. To be completely honest, I probably would have been even harsher if Azehara didn't have those clips on hand.
Or anything. I want to make that very clear. And everyone kept it hush hush because they were paid to. But I know about it. I know what happened. So, okay, you know what? I'm not going to talk about it. But like it's crazy, dude. It is so crazy what happened. Again, I could talk about this theoretically because I'm not involved. But I know that people were paid to not talk about what happened. I wasn't paid. I'm free, but I know what happened. Dude, so yeah, I'm not kidding. That I'll leave you with that little bit of tea. VShojo paid people to not talk about what happened. That much I can say. There goes your VShojo guest on Friends.
All right, and let me just check the duration of this. 5. Okay, I think this is the second clip.
I want to read that contract, bro. Send me the contract. Okay, chat. If Iron
Evanito, just to quickly confirm, when you say that contract, do you mean the talent contract?
Mouse leaves VShojo, I will spill the tea of what VShojo did.
VShojo is such scum? Well, yeah. Yeah. I would make the argument that that could have been surmised for quite a while, but I will settle for late rather than never. That's a lot of edging. But yeah, also, this is something I talked about with Evanita when we were having a conversation. When you refer to information, insider knowledge as tea, you don't exactly do a great job at convincing the public that what you hold is either of great import or that you are treating it with significant respect when you share it with the public. If you just refer to it as tea, you end up simultaneously downplaying the significance of what you know and also the act of sharing it. So just a bit of advice for anybody who's planning on coming out and talking about something in the future. I get that you might want to relieve pressure by, sort of using more casual terms to describe what you know, but maybe don't get this casual with it. I don't remember the exact context, but I assume it was the talent contract. Okay, thanks for the clarification.
God's honor, right? If Iron Mouse leaves VShojo, I will spill the tea. If she doesn't, then you'll never know. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Absolutely. Put your hand back up. God damn, dude. There you go. There you go, chat. I'm pinky promising you. I'll tell you the tea of what I know. Subject to change, obviously. Dude, I'll never be invited to another VShojo party ever again, bro. That's crazy.
What Evanito just said here, that was something that I found to be quite pertinent as well when I watched these clips in the context of everything that he was talking about. Because, again, when you go back and you look at these tweets where Evanita was talking about, wait until you hear about the one with $2 million in gold bars, and when he starts describing, ain't no party like a VShojo party, drinks and food were free, venues always nice. Those two messages imply that he has been to multiple VShojo parties. So one of the questions that I had immediately when I was watching this clip, in context of those things that he shared with the public, was, how the fuck did you manage to get back into those parties after saying this publicly?
But that's kind of okay because I don't care to go to them. No, wow, that's wild. Forever blacklisted. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm just a dude that's observing from the sidelines, dude. There will be no VShojo at this rate. You can't say that.
That chatter, whoever it was, I don't think any message has aged better than whatever that chatter just fired off, perhaps at a sleep-deprived moment of possible foresight or prophecy.
There's no party if the company doesn't exist anymore. That's fucked up, chat. Let's hope for the best for the company, okay? Gunrun is a nice guy. Okay. Despite
Evan, I do have to say, when it comes to picking CEOs to befriend, you've had really awful luck in this industry. Between Gunrun and Harry, actually, you know what? I don't blame you for that, but to be completely honest, the track record isn't great when it comes to whether the charisma of a VTuber CEO in real life matches up in terms of actual business sense and competence. Because a recurring trend that I've been picking up, the more of these corpo failures we've gone through on this channel, is that very often one of the issues in this industry is that the worst businessmen tend to also be the most charismatic when you actually meet them in real life. And I mean, between Gunrun and Harry, you've got some real heavy hitters under your belt, my guy.
What I know that VShojo did that was kind of fucked up, Gunrun has been nothing but nice to me. And he is a sweetheart through and through. And genuinely, he might even be the nicest guy.
We really need to separate, actual competence and how we evaluate it from, how nice and or friendly someone is in person. Harry took me to a very nice dinner in Japan, didn't know his business vibe. Fair enough. Although you did promote Nexus afterwards, even in spite of the fact that they were debuting 27 talents in 3 days, so...
that I've ever met on this planet. And he wants nothing for the...
I think if you separated those two things, like, saying that you like Harry as a person from, I think his business idea is, I think he's cooking with his, his corpo, I think that probably would have gotten, people would have been a little bit more understanding of that, I think.
Best for every single person that he interacts with. I genuinely mean that, by the way. Like, genuinely.
Did he ever tell you that he spent 5 hours in the sauna after that day? I'm very curious to see if he had this struggle session with more people in real life than just, his blog. Because that would be hilarious if that's the case.
I thought VShojo owned its merch money. Well, no one really knows for sure, right? From someone I know that got to read the initial contract way back in the day, apparently they maybe it's dependent per person or whatever, right? But allegedly, I don't know how true this is, because apparently they got to read this contract with this person before they joined VShojo. They said that they do take a percentage of income, from my understanding. Allegedly. Okay? Now, some of you that have known me for the past few years might be able to figure out who that is. And if you haven't been around this entire time, then you probably won't know.
Now, I do also want to point out that Sorry, give me a second. It probably wasn't intended to signal that, but this clip where Evanito talks about how he has an idea of what the talent contract may contain based off of hearing it from presumably a friend who is a part of the company, it doesn't speak very well of the ability of the company to keep confidential information secure. Yes, we all know that friends talk to one another behind the scenes, and we all know that the NDAs only matter when you're speaking to someone who you don't really care about in real life. But, at the same time, especially in context of every other leak that VShojo has had, this is, again, symptom of a larger problem. And then this is the clip that sold to me the idea, put to rest any doubt as to whether VShojo has some sort of OPSEC problem, just as an internal flaw that is built into the way that the company operates on a day-to-day basis.
What VOD? There you go. Perfect. But I can either confirm or deny these details. So the thing is, like, I'm not talking shit about VShojo. Obviously, I'm not. But the last time I even had slight criticism about VShojo, you guys know what happened, right? And I'm not trying to get myself into hot water with VShojo again, just for giving slight criticism, So
like I said in our conversation, Evan, it does appear that you and I have very different reactions to being told to told to pipe down about certain things. Because I'm not going to lie, if they had no threats, I understand that at this point you probably had a lot to lose when it comes to your relationship with the company, right? But if all they can say is, maybe don't say anything about us that isn't, totally positive, right? You didn't want the smoke. Yeah, I can understand that. But at the same time, if a company feels the need to go out of its way to say that to you when you're not even an employee, you're not a formal affiliate, I don't think, at this time. You could confirm to me if that was, feel free to confirm to me if I'm right or wrong in saying that. It kind of signals that this is a very insecure company, or a company that is run by very insecure people, which, to be honest, seems to be a psychological read on the people running the company that would have bore fruit if you'd only waited like 2 years.
I'm like, okay,
Every time I think about how much Gunrun was presumably seething about Niji Sanji and Hololive behind the scenes, a smile spreads across my face. Holy shit, VShojo was run by losers.
I'm gonna let you do you. Oh man, I mean, there's a reason, chat. The tea I know. There's a reason that, like, I rarely covered VShojo in any of the videos that I did, because of the tea that I know.
Is it easy to backseat other careers? Yeah, no, I understand that. But again, I'm just pointing out that if a company feels the need to, approach you to formally tell you, please stop talking when you say something even mildly critical, that's probably a sign that that company's propped up on something that's a little bit more flimsy than a proper business plan and model.
Man, it's crazy. But it's okay. It's okay. Like I said, I still think the VShojo, the people that work there, they're all really cool people. Everybody that I've met has been really nice. Evan, you have good lawyers. Talk about it. No. No, dude. I'm not telling you. He knows too much. We got to get rid of him. Bro, that's what it felt like, dude. I was scared. Yeah, I can understand VShojo has good intentions, but man, does shit keep happening.
Something that I have seen some of the more ardent defenders of VShojo say, which especially after everything has come out now, and in the context of saying why people didn't talk about this sooner. One of the more outlandish hyperboles that I have bore witness to over the past few days were people comparing VShojo to Boeing and Epstein. Like, calm down. This is not. Calm down. We're not dealing with anything of that caliber. It's the fucking Talking Toaster and Pink Latina company. They're not going to send hitmen after you. And I understand that when you were saying this, you were probably you were doing this as a joke, Evan. But other people have been saying this unironically, which is the thing that to me at least, it seems like people are taking that a little far. Like, I understand saying that maybe is a little bit of a joke, but come on, right?
Happening there, yeah. Why I spell heaven like that? Yeah, like I said, I will tell you 100%. If Iron Mouse leaves VShojo, I will 100% tell you guys what I know. If she doesn't leave VShojo, then I guess you're just gonna have to live with knowing.
Another thing, and again, Evan, I respect the fact that you're sitting here while I'm laying into this clip of you from 2 years ago. But if you are going to share information with the public, it seems needlessly hyperbolic if you are going to try to hype it up while not providing it. Creating personal trailers for future instances where you're going to share more information does not exactly serve to prime your audience to take what you are going to say seriously, which again does a disservice if you are actually trying to share pertinent, important information, such as the fact that a major corporate actor in the industry has a very corrupt system when it comes to auditions.
That I am cursed with knowledge. He busted out the Marvel Secret Invasion on them. True. We know what happens if Evan disappears. I have a story about that too, by the way. I'm not even kidding. Oh my god. Last year at fucking Offkai, I'm gonna leave you with this. All right. Last year at Offkai, I managed to it's not accidentally, I was kind of invited by someone else that was there into a secret meeting that involved a lot of CEOs that I should not have been a part of.
This was the bit that really convinced me that something was very wrong in terms of the way that, assuming this is true, of course, because this is just hearsay, this is what convinced me that something is probably very wrong in terms of the way that VShojo handles security, just in general.
And I will never tell you what happened in that meeting because I am scared for my fucking life. But I saw some shit happen that felt illegal. It just felt illegal being there. All right, it was like whoa. But yeah, dude. I mean, Zai knows the story. Universe knows the story as well, dude. It was crazy. Yep, if he says this shit, it's over. Dude, it was so fucking... When I walked back to the room, I was scared for my fucking life. I literally was like, bro, I should not have been there. Like, there's no way I should have been there. Man came into the room traumatized. I really was. I genuinely was. Oh my god, dude. That's crazy. But yeah. Did you... I mean, obviously I lived, right? But yeah, there were a lot of important CEOs there. I'm not gonna say the CEOs of what company, but I'm sure you guys could imagine at least one of them was there. And then the other companies involved are whew.
Oh, sorry, accidentally scrolled.
It is...
When you say at least one of the CEOs was there, were you implying Gunrun, just out of curiosity?
It is so crazy. Clearly Sony. True. Man, hopefully nothing like that happens again this year at Offkai, because that was scary last year. How the fuck did you get in there? So one part of the story that I that I did tell before on stream, and this is public knowledge that I've said before on stream, was that there were like 2 VTubers there that the CEOs essentially gave like $50,000 to, right? They were like, here's 50 grand, use it however you want, grow your business, grow your brand, which immediately just felt illegal to me.
Billy, thank you for the 2. Kirsha's mods have better OPSEC than VShojo bros. It's starting to sound like that, yeah.
Outside of that, one of the girls that was there invited me up because I was like, I'm bored. I need something to do. And she was like, oh yeah, come here. And then she sent me like the hotel suite number, and I show up and it was just this fucking business meeting with all these CEOs. And I was like, holy fucking shit, dude.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine being a CEO among other CEOs? Now, granted, this is VTubing, so the standard for those tends to be a little bit lower if we're talking the VTuber corpos that were still alive back in 2023, based off of what we have seen over the past year alone. But can you imagine being a VTuber CEO? You're having a secret business meeting with other VTuber CEOs. And one of the VTubers that one of you has decided to just randomly hand $50,000 to, just brought some random dude into the meeting. And you don't question it. You don't vet him. You don't check his credentials to see if he's meant to be there. You just let him in. And he is allowed to sit there while you talk about things that you had planned to talk about. Secretive, important things, supposedly. Can you imagine how brain dead you would have to be as a CEO in order to let that happen? To be honest, it was genuinely terrifying. My way of coping with terrible things is laughing, but I don't intend to ever tell anyone the other stuff that took place in that room. See, the problem is when you phrase it like that, you make it sound like something worse, right? Like it wasn't just talking business.
So yeah, that's as much as I will tell you on that story, and that is it.
Actually, yeah. Are you able to answer that question that Daisy just asked in chat? Are any of the companies whose CEOs were at that meeting still alive today? Because if one of them was Gunrun, I think we can say, that's one eliminated off of the list. But there were a lot of VTuber companies that were alive in 2023 that are not alive right now. So, I'm curious if you'd actually be able to answer that question or not.
All right, we will
If they're CEOs of dead companies, I'm sure you can name them without too much issue.
not talk about that, because I feel like if any of the people in that room wanted, they could make me disappear. Like, it would not be hard in the slightest.
There is a joke I could make about AVL being part of the IDF. But yeah, never mind.
Rich people scare me, dog. like the shit I witnessed.
Yes, the companies are still alive. What the fuck? I think that bit of information is crazier than what you ended up saying in this clip.
Read contracts is what I'm trying to say. Okay, just read contracts, because I witnessed someone in that room not read a contract properly, and it fucked them completely. Just read. Don't die unless we still need to see you in a Kawakini. True, yeah, read everything you do. Dude, it's...
Alright, so... by the end of all 4 of these clips, right? It's become pretty obvious that at the time... at the time when I was evaluating all of this for the first time, I did give you credit for coming out and publicly saying, yeah, VShojo's paying people hush money to shut up about the fact that their auditions are corrupt. But at the same time, the way that you presented this information very much seemed like you were preserving and prioritizing the, I suppose, salaciousness of the information, more so than just giving it to people for the sake of utility. And one of the things that you said in that second clip was that if Iron Mouse left the company, you would spill the beans on what the additional quote-unquote tea to do with the VShojo situation was. Except, when Azahara made this post, when you responded to it, the only thing you ended up saying was, "Oh, that's me," expressionless emoji, and not elaborating further. And here's the thing about the VShojo auditions that set the stage for this to be, again, one of the replies that best encapsulates the things that I find frustrating and, well, in terms of having a major part to play in perpetuating the bad practices that infest this industry. Because, as you may remember, when we fast forward, right, the reason why this information was, in my opinion, something that would have been very pertinent to share was because come 2024, July of 2024, when VShojo would announce that they were doing auditions for real this time, initially there were indeed people who stepped up, and basically tried to communicate that, no, something's fishy, VShojo only Nepo hires. For example, this guy, Tanuki, draws, Indies, I applied, I sure hope I got accepted, and then VShojo, screenshot of the definition of nepotism. Cubano Man, join now so your application could get robbed by a Nepo hire again. Cody Bayer, are we still pretending VShojo has open auditions? That's adorable. And in a vacuum, maybe these posts might have had an effect. But, unfortunately, these were just random people, and even though they were pointing out the obvious, people were disinclined to believe them. Especially, I was playing Elden Ring, didn't have much else to say. I know it's stupid, but that's genuinely the thought process. Fair enough, but I hope you can also realize why that lack of elaboration may have frustrated some people, myself included, upon reading that message. And so, the problem is, all of these were just random people. They didn't have the credentials in order to, I suppose, move the minds of the masses. And this was itself completely nullified by Zentreya stepping in to advocate for the auditions and their integrity, using her own name and reputation as a shield. She essentially stuck herself in the firing line in between the mob throwing rotten vegetables and the company that was cowering behind her. And when she made this personal by saying, heartbreaking and disheartening to see so many people pushing the idea of Zen friends only, when each person I found had to work their way to the top regardless, and then she ended it with saying, management and Gunrun are working their butts off to do all of this. I feel like I made a mistake in doing this, who knows, but I hope you all try, because I started from the bottom too, and I put in the work. And with that, every person who was a content creator, who was a fan of Zentreya, will have essentially taken that as being reason enough to dismiss what the other people were saying, because hey, they were just random people. Here was Zentreya putting her own honor and reputation on the line in order to guarantee that success. And here's the problem. See, I don't think Zentreya would have said this if she'd been made aware of the fact that the first round of auditions only had one talent come out of them because they paid off the rest. I don't think Zentreya would have said this if she had known that she was defending a company that had corrupt auditions processes from the start. And as a result, this, in hindsight, is a tragic thing to see, because all of this was essentially for nothing. She took all of that public outcry, she tanked it for fucking nothing. Because the entire time she was completely unaware of what the company was doing behind her back. And again, this would have been an ideal time for somebody with insider knowledge to actually step up and speak out and say that, hey, I get why the talents may be defensive, they might not know this, but The Nepo hiring accusations actually have a bit more substance than just cope and seethe. And the thing is, and this is the reason why, in spite of acknowledging that you were one of the first people to come out with, the news publicly that VShojo had paid off people who they were leaving behind at the final stage of the first round of auditions. The thing is, when I looked at how you specifically were talking about the VShojo audition round 2, instead of, even vaguely warning people to stay away from the auditions, you were basically playing along with the idea that the auditions were just fine. And again, if you're worried about, me doing this as a way of laying into Evanito specifically, don't worry. I said as much in the conversation that I had with him as well. But again, on the day that they posted this out, right, you said, guys, this could be my big break. Should I audition? I may not be a VTuber, but if you want genuine advice, I'll be going through the application and giving advice to anyone in chat on stream right now. You even made a guide instructing people on how best to make an application, how best to fill out an application to go through this process. For the people in my DMs asking me for advice on how to apply to VShojo, genuine advice incoming. 1, I'm not even in an agency, so what makes you think I'd know? 2, I'm not even a VTuber, bro, I just know these people. See, the problem is, I understand that when you said those things, you were probably, just trying to make a joke, right? But in hindsight, this makes it look bad because of the fact that, yes, saying that you're not even in an agency and sort of people asking you is absurd. That's funny in a vacuum. But the problem is, it also establishes that you personally have nothing to lose by coming out about the information that you didn't come out with anyways. Because again, if you had even vaguely hinted at this point in time that, yeah, maybe things are a little shifty. The last time the auditions happened, they didn't go so well. That would be a little bit more forgivable. But this is a complete reversal of anything that you accomplished with coming out in 2023 to state, yeah, they paid people to shut up about the fact that the auditions are rigged, basically. 3, I personally have helped scout talents for other agencies in the past, and what I look for in a talent is simple. Someone who can unequivocally be themselves and showcase anything they are doing in a fun, entertaining manner. Basically, I looked for people who followed the Pope in the pool ideology. Instead of just telling the audience the boring bits, show them something confusing yet fun and interesting while you explain those bits. Sorry, give me a second. I had hope, lol. Conceptually, I can understand what you are saying. But, personally, in my opinion, to go from knowing that they paid people off to shut the fuck up about the fact that they didn't have legitimate auditions to this, you would have to be snorting an entire California's worth of copium. And again, I appreciate the fact that, you're willing to sit through me, laying into this on stream. But I hope you can understand where my initial frustration... I'm sure you do, right? But this is where my initial frustration came from. Because again, this would have been a critical moment where at least somebody could have thrown a wrench in VShojo's operations by piercing the veil a little bit and maybe chipping away at the pristine image that the company had encased itself in. And of all the people who had access to this knowledge, through your own admission, you appear to have the least to lose by doing so, because you are not even a VTuber, at this time at least, and you are not in an agency, and you didn't seem to be wanting to be part of an agency either. Which the same cannot be said for all of the people who did actually audition, who did actually get to the final stage, who were turned away right when they got to the door. Because I know for a fact that at least some of them have stated that even in spite of all of their prior struggles and experiences, they still wish for the support and structure that a corpo can bring, even at some point in the future. And I understand the aspiration. I don't blame them for not taking a torch to their own dreams. But again, it's jarring to read. You're absolutely right, but I really did have hope. Genuinely, I tried telling so many of my friends not to apply, and they told me they didn't care because it'd be their big break. No, I understand, right? I understand if you tell someone and they ignore your advice because they just really, really want this to work out for themselves. However, that being said, though... Hold on, give me a second. I'm dying. Alright, so, the thing is, if you had come out about that information publicly, and this is the same attitude that... I don't want to give the impression that this is, the correct thing to do, right? But, the thing about coming out with information publicly... Sorry, just give me a second to properly clear my throat. When you're dealing with people who are high on copium, it is important not to get high on their supply. And the thing is, when you come out with information publicly, I think it is a mistake to believe that in order for it to be worth doing so, you have to be able to convince anyone and everyone to change their behavior based off of what you have to share. That is simply impossible. Mathematically, according to human nature, in every conceivable way, that will never happen. There will always be people who are simply too pig-headed to take any advice in. However, I would make the argument that messages are intended for whoever would be most receptive to them. And so, yes, while you might not be able to convince all of your friends or all of the people you know not to apply to VShojo by sharing the information publicly, that yet again, or I should say reiterating the information publicly, that last time they did this, their process was a shambles, you would have, I think, been able to warn enough people who, if they were paying attention, would have been able to make a more informed decision as to the risks that they take by sharing their information with a company like VShojo. I'm not saying that you would have been able to cut down the number of applicants in half by sharing that information, but I am saying that the difference between the 10,000s the number currently stands, according to Gunrun in the slide deck, which could be inflated, and the number that it would have possibly been, the difference between the two would have been comprised of people who were making a conscious decision about the level of risk that they would like to avoid in engaging in this process. In other words, you would have been able to save some people who do have a preservation instinct. And I think that those people are worth trying to save from this kind of thing. People who don't buy into the cope. I'm only trusting what's already been publicly confirmed. Everything else is dramatic fiction as far as I'm concerned. And that is fair enough, right? However, again, very often when it comes to changing people's opinion, it is not so much a matter of showing them something that they instantly recognize as being true. It is more so the case of giving them sufficient information in order to tip the scales in terms of what they're willing to believe. And here's the thing. Up until this point, people had plenty of reason to be suspicious of VShojo's audition processes. For example, the fact that they had that audition in round 1, and they only took in 1 member. Now, a lot of people looked at that and thought that that was a little suspicious. However, both in deference to VShojo as an entity, and both in deference to Haruka as an individual, most people didn't like talking about that. However, again, at a certain point, if people start coming out and saying, look, VShojo paid people to stay silent about this, right? Again, that may have been, for at least some people, enough information to tip the scales into starting to be suspicious of what was going on. And on top of that, yet again, Evan, I'm going to be honest, part of the reason why, in this particular case, you had very little to lose was because of the fact that you had already stated this information publicly in 2023. But the fact that you were now playing along with the impression that everything was alright, admittedly, and I can understand this to some extent, because you wanted to be able to believe that maybe they had changed as a company, maybe things would be different this time. And again, to your credit, things were different this time, because instead of paying the pre-debuts, not to talk about it, they didn't pay the pre-debuts at all. But, again, I do think that it would have given people more of a chance in order to make an informed decision. Like selling people cigarettes without telling them that they cause cancer. If they aren't able to make an informed decision, are they really exercising their agency? And on top of that, I do feel like, and again, this is just my personal speculation, useless to say now, I know, but I do wonder if people had come out saying that, you know, people were paid off the first time that VShojo did auditions. I do wonder if that would have also given the talents a bit more of a fighting chance to reconsider the decision to use their own names and reputations as shields to deflect criticism of the company. Because I know for damn certain that if Zentreya had known that VShojo was doing that behind her back, she probably would not have said what she said and shilled the auditions the way that she did. She wouldn't have defended the auditions the way that she did, if she had known. And the tragic thing about all of this is that it doesn't seem like anyone has thought to tell anyone else what is going on, even behind the scenes. Now, granted, because I am naturally a very skeptical and cynical person, statistically speaking, I find it very difficult to believe that every single person in the company was in utter darkness regarding the fact that this was going on. But for Zentreya at least, especially because of the huge PR cost that she suffered in order to defend these auditions, I am more than willing to believe that she knew nothing of what was going on. Senora Tortillas, thank you for being a Footstool for 10 months. Hello, Chairman. Hello to you too. And so, again, when I was looking at what I had in front of me, in the context of Evanito quote tweeting Camila saying, "I'm so glad this is public now," I found it very hard to square in my head how you go from, being the one to break the news to the public in 2023 that VShojo had corrupt auditions to 2 years later playing, well, 1 year later, I should say, this should be 2024, not 2025. 1 year later saying, basically playing along and, acting as if everything's fine. And I get that it is uncomfortable to imply that you'd have to be stupid in order to believe that they had changed in the span of a year. But again, this is part of what I was talking about in the tweets that I made about the situation, which is that I don't think it's a bad thing if it's seen as stupid to believe in that. I don't think it's a bad thing if this kind of, I suppose, gullibility is stigmatized as being way, way too optimistic about the way that corporations actually function. It is something that is unpleasant, but I would make the argument that it is necessarily so. Part of the things that, I suppose, part of the principles, one of the principles that you learn when you are taught the principles of mass communication is that unpleasant feelings are motivators that are crucial to guiding the way that cultures evolve, the way that the public behaves, speaks, interacts with one another. And sometimes when you are making the decision to try and change a cultural attitude or a social behavior, you have to be able to look at negative emotions as tools you can use to shape behavior. If the goal that we are going to be trying to move towards as an industry in VTubing is turning people off blatantly exploitative or even, bearing the symptoms of being exploitative companies, then that is going to necessitate pointing out instances where someone was overly optimistic, or maybe a little gullible, or perhaps even stupid. The first step in growing out of being a useful idiot is acknowledging that you were an idiot in the first place. And that is I suppose, it's very understandable why this isn't a very popular thing to acknowledge and or practice, especially in entertainment and especially in the context of any sort of online content creator thing where people have very close relationships with the content creators that they follow, that they oshi, etc., etc. But it is a necessary component of changing behavior en masse. In fairness, there was a lot of restaffing I was made aware of, and I figured it could be better, but ultimately I'll admit I didn't make the right call in not sticking to my guns. That's fair enough, right? And I understand if, again, the whole restaffing thing might have made you believe, but I will be honest, objectively speaking, right? A decision to pay off people to stay silent about the fact that they were denied their rightful place in a due to a corrupt process. That is not a decision that comes from low down on the corporate ladder. That is a decision that executives would have made. And so no amount of restaffing would have been able to fix that. Because if it was a command that came from on high and none of the C-suite were being swapped out, who would realistically be the ones making the call to do this, I don't think restaffing would have really done anything, or could have been realistically expected to change the company to the point where now their auditions were trustworthy. Perhaps it could get to the point where, yes, they were now looking to actually have proper auditions, which, again, in fairness to VShojo, they do seem to have wanted to do, right? That's why they had the Monster Girl gen, that's why they had the Idol Girl gen in the works. But the intention behind it is no less exploitative. Because as it turns out, the primary intention of the 2024 audition seems to have just been getting that 10,000 applicants number so that Gunrun can try to use that in a slide deck to flex to possible investors so they have a way off of the sinking ship. And beyond that, even more cynically, it appears that they want to do this not just for that reason, but also so that they could con more creators into joining the company so that the money that they would extract from those creators would help them dig their way out of the hole as well. And that's not a good reason for opening auditions as a company. You're not recruiting people so that you can give them a home. You're recruiting people so that you have more meat to shove into your grinder. Devastaire, thank you for the 5. Morning coffee, just stopping by for the bags. I appreciate it. It's the sort of decision that reflects VShojo's company's culture because it could only come from someone with the power to make that a policy. Yeah, exactly. Master, I think for the 2. Speaking of Zen, did you see the Mari Mari collab? I did see it. I didn't watch it though. But in any case, so having seen this, right? I realized that this was part of a larger shift, right? This was a part of a larger shift in the industry that I would like to push towards personally. And so I went to, as I am wont to do, I went to write a tweet about it. And so I quote tweeted that initial post by Evanito where he was quote tweeting Camila. And I said this. It's quite long, so bear with me. Controversial take. We should start shaming people for only speaking up about exploitative practice in this industry. after a major disaster has already happened. The talents who managed to get through to the final stage of the auditions process have a valid reason for saying nothing at the time. They likely would have been blacklisted from every corpo in the industry. Many of them have still expressed a desire to join a corpo at some point in the future, even in spite of their experiences, so their hesitance is completely understandable. VTuber adjacent people, and those already on the inside, have no such excuse. As soon as Gunrun announced that the company was shutting down, some of the ex-talents came out to publicly confirm that there were members of staff who were caught leaking confidential information. Giga even went so far as to say they know who these staff were. No one has saw fit to share when said staff was hired or what their aliases were/are. Until more information comes out, everyone is suspect. According to the recently leaked slide deck, by October of 2024, up to 10,000 people auditioned for VShojo under the impression that it was a legitimate company. That's up to 10,000 people who now have their information possibly compromised. That's up to 10,000 people who walked into a building that others knew was burning. At the end of the day, the only thing that makes VShojo's collapse any different from the 24 other corpo implosions of the past year alone are the people that got burned. Yes, the admission to charity fraud and embezzlement is shocking, but dying companies cooking the books and stealing from people is to be expected. Yes, company staff leaking sensitive information about talent is shocking, but it's hardly the first time that it's happened, and it won't stop happening until the staff in question have had their public standing crippled to the extent that no one in this industry would ever think of hiring them again. Everyone's glad when things become public knowledge, but no one wants to risk being ostracized for informing the public in the first place. Why did it take Iron Mouse coming out about embezzlement before people started acknowledging that VShojo's alleged generosity towards its talents didn't add up with how much they were spending? Why did it take Zen replying to Gunrun's statement for people to acknowledge that VShojo has always had a policy of throwing talents under the bus by using them as PR meat shields, even as early as their controversy with Nux? Why did it take Sayu and Mint coming forward with the fact that they had been individually consulted by VShojo for branding ideas before people were willing to say that VShojo had no unified company identity or consistent marketing language and were just throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks? Why did it take Camila making a whole-ass song about how she and others were strung along by the company after that first round of auditions before people were finally willing to acknowledge the elephant in the room that was VShojo's nepotistic hiring practices? If people in this industry actually wanted to change for the better, then instead of just stigmatizing people for pointing out the obvious before it's fashionable to do so, perhaps we should stigmatize people for only coming out to crow about things that others have already taken the risk of exposing or contextualizing. You can either tell a story that isn't yours to tell, or you can allow more people to become a part of that story. The choice is yours. And again, in every one of those instances where I listed out a talent, Iron Mouse, Zen, Sayu, Mint, Camila, every single one of those people who came out to say something publicly took a risk in doing so. The question is, why was it left up to them, and why did they have to shoulder so much risk? And after they took that risk upon themselves, why was it that only after that point did everyone come in to crow about how they always knew about these things, despite the fact that up until that point, everyone had been deathly silent for the most part about even the flaws that were blatantly obvious? Like, I don't know why I keep fixating on this, VShojo's PR strategy. However, there was a recurring theme in some of the replies that were trying to, I suppose, refute the points that I was making. And one of the replies was a reply by Rosie Belmu, who said, quote, "There are talents who had NDAs, so couldn't speak up. There were people who legitimately did not know, including Mousy, until personally looking into her own finances. I think it isn't good to attack victims. We lose productivity when we know the company was doing things to prevent that." Mob fear of getting sued or getting harassed? See, that's the funny thing. A lot of people used fear of getting harassed as a reason as to why nobody spoke out. But the same people who used that as an excuse for why people in general, especially those unaffiliated with the company, didn't come to speak out, they didn't seem to realize where that harassment might have come from. I can say that personally, as someone who was speaking out about VShojo's dodgy PR practices early on, relatively speaking. The harassment comes from VShojo fans. I just don't call it harassment because my skin is thicker than most people in this industry, apparently. But if you wanted to, you could make the argument that that's what it was. And again, where did it come from? Rabid fans who couldn't separate the talents from the company in their minds. They were part and parcel of the reason why VShojo was able to get away with what it was doing for so long. However, I don't believe that Rosie is a member of that group of people, and I do believe that when she was leveling this criticism of what I was saying, that she was doing so in good faith. However, there are two aspects of what she was saying here, two, I suppose, refutations that you can take away from this reply to my post that I think do betray a little bit of how people usually think in this industry. The first part, there was this idea that what I was saying was unreasonable because people didn't say anything because of NDAs. That was the first fundamental assumption. Second was this accusation that I was victim blaming by saying that we should shame people for only coming out to say something, people who are VTuber adjacent, people who are on the inside, for only coming out to say something just to brag that they knew all along that things were bad behind the scenes. That is not victim blame. And on top of that, whenever people use victim blaming as a refutation to me saying that people only coming out after someone else has bitten the bullet to expose something is a cringe behavior that doesn't add anything useful to the conversation and doesn't do anything to prevent it from happening in the future. Victim blaming assumes that the victims in question, the only victims in question, are the talents. As I said before, that's not the case. And which victims are quote-unquote most affected, as is also a very common retort, is functionally irrelevant. Because who is more affected than others only matters if you're trying to turn this into a competition. No one is denying that the talents are victims. No one is denying that the talents have probably been scarred to the point that, this will stay with them for possibly years. No one is trying to deny any of that. But what I am saying is that there are more victims than just the talents. And the reason why we should shame people who had this information earlier but didn't come out about it and only feel like coming out about it after someone else has taken the risk of exposing it to talk and brag about how much they really knew all along. The reason why we shame them is to compel people to go into that binary of either saying nothing and being forced to deal with the consequences of the practices they are complicit in, or saying the whole thing, enough to cripple, expose, or even eradicate the practice eventually. And the thing is, another problem with both of these refutations to what I was saying is that they ignore crucial context in what I was saying, both the content and the context of what I was saying. Because the thing is, by saying you're victim blaming, that pretty much ignores the fact that, I was quoting Evanito, someone who was not a victim in any of this. And on top of that, saying that, people didn't say anything because of NDAs. Like, yeah, that works as a reason for the talents, but I'm not just talking about the talents, am I? I'm talking about VTuber adjacent people and those already on the inside. And something I noticed when I realized that this was like a trend in how people were responding is that people on the inside, by design, when I said that phrase, the reason why I phrased it that way was because it could encompass a broad group of people. Talents, staff, orbiters, sycophants, affiliates. All of these were different groups of people that could be described as those on the inside. But people only interpreted that as just the talents. And again, that knee-jerk reaction, that tendency to interpret anything with a heightened degree of sensitivity as a personal attack against the talents in a corporation, that is, again, and I can't stress this enough, that is exactly why and how VShojo was able to get away with its grift. If you want to make it more difficult for companies to get away with that in the future, it is going to be essential that people start stigmatizing that knee-jerk reaction. And so, I do think, so this post is now deleted, right? Although I do think it's a shame because, without this post, without this reply, I wouldn't have made the follow-up tweet that has now led to this stream. So, in response to that, once I noticed that this was a broader trend, that was something that, people were talking about, and since Rosie had raised it and I was quite certain that she was doing so in good faith, I chose to respond to it with, again, another very lengthy tweet to sort of lay out my thoughts in detail. Quote, I'm going to lay out my thoughts in detail since while not everyone is leveling this critique of my statement in good faith, I believe some, like Rosie, are. One of the most persistent strawmen that have arisen from people's interpretation of what I said was that I expect talents to break their NDA and/or was implying that they should be shamed for not doing so. Neither of these is accurate to what I actually said. I understand how some people may have extrapolated that from my saying, quote, those already on the inside have no excuse, end quote. However, it is a very narrow interpretation of what that phrase encompasses and ignores the context of the specific issue that I'm criticizing. The fact that 10,000 people were lured into handing over sensitive information to a company with a now confirmed history of malicious leaks, because no one was willing to publicly acknowledge that something was fishy about the VShojo auditions. Something that should be fairly uncontroversial to say is that a lot of people could be painted as responsible for the taboo around criticizing VShojo that existed prior to Iron Mouse's allegations against the company. Yes, some of those people are the talents themselves. After all, NDAs can't compel you to promote/defend a company even if they stop you from talking about its inner workings or talking about it in a negative manner. However, it also encompasses orbiters, sycophants, and those who claim insider knowledge regarding the company and/or its talents after everything has already come out. Tectone and Evanito are not victims of VShojo. The former held them up as an industry beacon until after the embezzlement allegations. He then went on to flex his apparent insider knowledge of the company's depravity and how he had known for 15 to 16 months about their issues, which he claimed to have tried to warn people about using vague language. Yet, as recently as April, he publicly stated that VShojo was supposedly quote-unquote the least bad VTuber agency in a video made after Gura's graduation, where he went on a whole VTuber agencies are all exploitative tirade. In spite of supposedly knowing the entire time that this was a company built on rot and lies, he still put it on a pedestal before coming out to crow once someone else, Iron Mouse, took the risk of blowing up the facade. This is the kind of thing that I believe should be shamed. Bimu, I think the big issue was that people did not understand who you were referring to in the first place. Very few people even knew about people like Evan and Tectone and what they knew. Yes, but it is implied that they would be able to pick up on that by the fact that I am quoting Evanito, right? The latter claims to have known about the hush money audition practices for a long time. I have been told that he mentioned/hinted at it either on stream/in a video at the time, but I'm still in the process of finding the source for that myself. Evanito was, at the time of the first round of auditions, doing collabs with the VShojo talents, as well as presumably being involved enough with the company to have been invited to their exclusive parties. In spite of this, come 2024, talents like Zentreya and Giga were pushing for more people to audition for VShojo. This requires us to believe one of two things. Either 1. The talents had been informed about this by Evanito or someone else, and yet still forged ahead with promoting the auditions to a new batch of people come 2024 out of sheer pig-headed denial. Or 2. Evanito hung on to this information and didn't even communicate it to the talents at VShojo. This gets even worse if he did share and or hint at it publicly around the time, which he did. Only after the ex-auditionees, e.g. Camila, took the risk of exposing this practice themselves, did Evanito return to the spotlight to say that he had always known and how glad he was that the information was quote-unquote now public. This is the kind of thing that I believe should be shamed. Another thing. Many in the replies seem to be treating the idea of people speaking out against VShojo at all prior to the embezzlement allegations as impossible due to social stigma. Many of them will state, without a trace of irony, that they have no idea where said stigma comes from, even while they try to dismiss and water down my points to nothing more than quote-unquote victim blaming. This is the third group of people who I believe should be shamed. Sycophants of the talents whose in-group defensiveness makes criticism impossible. VShojo's tendency for nepotistic hiring was only matched in how obvious it was from the outside looking in by the company's tendency to hide behind its talents for PR. How was the company able to get away with the latter regarding auditions? The answer is simple. Every time Zentreya advocated for the integrity of the auditions in place of management, people nodded along. Every time someone pointed out that this shouldn't be her job, VShojo fans would say, "That's talent freedom. She says whatever she likes. Who are you to dictate what she can or cannot say?" Every time someone pointed out that every single hire prior to Nova was friends with at least one of the talents who were on the roster before them, they were called antis and haters. Even after Nova debuted, VShojo fans would attempt to use them as some sort of retroactive proof to deny that VShojo has a history of nepotistic hiring. Does it matter if Techno or Evanito come out if they aren't able to show proof or aren't directly involved? Isn't this why people dismiss them? Because no one will believe it without proof? See, that's the thing, right? It's a kind of chicken or egg type scenario. Because one of them coming out and saying something directly, as we have seen already over the past few days, I will remind you guys that prior to Gunrun coming out and outright admitting to charity fraud, Iron Mouse didn't present proof either. And yet people believed. Because she was the first to come out and level an accusation in direct and unambiguous language. Now, if other people had done the same, what's to say that others wouldn't have followed? In the exact same way as people followed Iron Mouse in dunking on VShojo once she had taken the risk of being the first to do so. I think it would be a mistake to say that, oh, there's no significance in doing so if you're not able to provide some sort of concrete proof. Yes, ideally, right? Ideally, that would be the case. They're able to show like DMs or contracts or whatever. But if you're talking about something like a company committing a crime of this nature, sometimes you're just gonna have to pull the trigger. Because it's not like they were alone in knowing this. If, again, based off what Evanito said, and based off of the other talents that have come out and said, yeah, we were members of the first wave of VShojo auditions, it is very much the case that there were multiple people who could corroborate those things. I Must graduated, that's proof. See, that's the thing, though. That's proof. The thing that I have an issue with a lot of the time is that people have very strange standards of what counts as proof of something, right? Iron Mouse graduating is nothing more than proof that she was unhappy with the company. It's not proof that the company committed embezzlement, right? Not in and of itself. A lot of people believe Iron Mouse because she is Iron Mouse. and because the IDF is very close and dear to her as a person. So the chances of her lying about that are practically zero. But again, she has not produced some sort of hard evidence that they committed charity fraud beyond the fact that, again, Gunrun then came out a few days later and outright confessed to it. She is still in litigation in the middle of the legal process regarding that missing donation. And until that is done, it is very likely she won't be able to produce any sort of concrete proof to present to the public eye. And again, that's the thing, right? For people like Tectone and Evanito to come out and say VShojo's auditions process is corrupt would require people... It would not be any more or less hard evidence to support their claim than Iron Mouse initially saying they committed charity fraud. Because she has things to lose for lying about it. You said so, Evanito has nothing to lose, so that's why it's less credible. I did say it's less credible, but I didn't say that it wouldn't accomplish anything, right? There's a difference between those two. Because credibility is very often a matter of public opinion. It is by definition a matter of public opinion. If more people believe what you say, then it becomes credible, right? Credibility is not this tangible item that could be bought, sold, and palmed off. Credibility is based off of how many people are willing to believe in what you are saying. And the thing is, I agree with you, Gem, that if Evanito and Tectone came out and outright said that, on their own, yeah, a lot of people would not believe them. But if they were able to penetrate that veil of, well, that cone of silence that VShojo had built up around themselves, if they had created enough space in public discourse and the court of public opinion for other people to come in who do possess more to lose by confirming these allegations, as people have in this case, right? As people like Camila now have, by saying outright, yeah, I was part of that group of people who got through to the final stage of auditions and was then snubbed for no reason. If they were able to create enough space to do that, then that would have accomplished the same goal, right? I'm not disagreeing with you in terms of, you know, they probably don't have the credibility to change anything on their own and in a vacuum. What I am saying is that it would have helped to, again, like I keep talking about, penetrate the stigma. Because as I've said on stream before, stigma, for the overwhelming majority of people, the overwhelming majority of people are not aware that stigma is a tool that you wield in order to try and control and shape and influence public behavior. For most people who aren't aware of its function as a tool, it is just a mold, right? An invisible matrix. I hate using that term because of how cringe it's become, thanks to people like Andrew Tate. But most people, right, treat stigma as this sort of invisible structure that you have to live your life within the bounds of, that you have to adhere to, without ever being conscious of how it might be changed or influenced itself by conscious choice. And that is the thing that I'm trying to push against, by showing how those stigmas stopped people from criticizing the practices that VShojo was very blatantly engaging in. Which, if people were allowed to criticize earlier, possibly would have reduced the amount, the number, the scale of people that they were capable of harming. To ever show their proof would be whoever telling them or showing them proof to say it themselves. Yeah. That is true. That is true. However, again, those same people have been saying it themselves, right? And they said it because of the safety that was generated by Iron Mouse. They shared that information prior to when Gunrun came out and essentially announced that VShojo was shutting down. So, again, there was still a risk that VShojo, the company, could potentially do something. The only thing that gave them a feeling of safety was the fact that someone as big as Iron Mouse had said as clearly and as without ambiguity as possible in such, certain terms that she was alleging charity fraud and embezzlement. She was leveling those accusations at the company. Iron Mouse's decision to do that created space for other people to come forward. And what I am saying is that not everyone has to be engaged in that game of perpetual waiting. I'm almost read that as the... Yeah. But to go on. In other words, any criticism directed at the company's practices was interpreted as an attack on the talents personally. The latter was perceived as perpetual victims, and the company benefited from how that perception allowed them to evade scrutiny by proxy, and for a very long time. So long as that attitude persists among the same fans, there is a high chance that what happened with VShojo may happen again. Each and every talent who has come out to expose a bad practice at the company took a risk in doing so. Yet, every single practice, from the Nepo hiring, to the use of talents as PR meat shields, to the company's utter lack of any unified identity, could and had been observed from the outside looking in. My point was that the social risk taken by the insiders in speaking against these practices would not have been so high if sycophants haven't proven themselves to be completely averse to any and all criticism of the company regarding these exact same practices. This is why those sycophants should be shamed. As helpful as it is for insiders to expose what happened in the aftermath of a disaster like VShojo, doing so cannot prevent the harm that has already occurred, hence why I keep banging on about the 10,000 applicants. On top of that, any lessons that might have been learned from their experience in terms of what to look out for, what to avoid, will be mostly neutralized by the sycophantic hugbox mentality if it is allowed to persist without stigma. This ties back with the thing that I was talking about last stream, where sometimes to acknowledge that a situation can be avoided in the future requires you to acknowledge that people made mistakes, they chose the wrong things in order for it to happen in the past. And that's the thing that most people aren't comfortable with, because it mostly gets dumbed down to victim blaming on the internet, especially on social media and especially on Twitter. Shaming people for coming out to crow about insider knowledge only after someone else has bitten the bullet to expose something awful is not the same thing as shaming people for speaking out about exploitation and abuse. So long as people continue to conflate the two, VShojo's story will not be special. Nothing will be learned, and it will inevitably happen again. And that's more the thing that I was trying to get across, right? The idea that if people keep insisting, if people keep plugging their fingers in their ears and going, la, 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 you're just victim blaming, nothing is going to be learned from any of this. People aren't going to realize that there are things, choices that they can make differently the next time a similar scenario arises. And as a result, they're never really going to have a fighting chance in avoiding the same mistakes. Billy, thank you for the 5. Perpetual waiting, just like how we're perpetually waiting to see feet. Thank you for keeping the tradition alive. This might sound a bit pedantic, but VShojo is not a company. I know it's a difference. VShojo being publicly traded made it open to exploitation by third parties. See, that's the thing. VShojo is not publicly traded. It just had venture capital investment. Those are not necessarily the same thing, right? And also, on top of that, VShojo is very much a company. It is formally incorporated. So, in the aftermath of me tweeting this one out, Evanito ended up replying to it saying, "Hey man, I'm more than happy to tell you everything you seem ill-informed about, but bro, can we please stop trying to paint me as something I'm not, lol? You gotta leave me out of this one, fam. I can DM you, call you, whatever, but this ain't it, chief. Also, finding out about this in the middle of my dinner feels weird to me. Tag me next time at least." And so, this is what ended up leading to our conversation. So, the first thing was, and again, people who are on my Twitter will see that I clarified this in a follow-up tweet, a quote tweet to my original, but as I said there, it turns out that the disagreement that Evanito had with my tweet was mostly just a wording thing, where he interpreted when I said Tectone and Evanito were not victims of VShojo as an implication that he was trying to make himself out to be a victim of VShojo. which I then explained to him was not the case because I wrote this tweet in response to people accusing me of victim blaming, right? That's why I said the people who I believe should be shamed for their behavior are not victims of VShojo. So that critique doesn't really make too much sense, especially in the context of the fact that the original post was quoting Evanito. And after I explained that, I mean, the rest of it, the overall sentiment, where I was coming from, where my frustrations came from, they were all things that was admittedly a pleasant surprise to me, but those were all things that he agreed with. And so, besides that, right, the other thing is, if you're going to call someone ill-informed, you can't really make that judgment if you're expecting them to act and speak based off of information that they don't have access to, right? And this is where the whole, the tea that Evanito promised to spill if Iron Mouse left the company becomes relevant. Because if you want people to be informed and you're hanging on to that information without sharing it, those two expectations don't exactly go hand in hand with one another. And on top of that, if you want to be left out of a situation, maybe don't chime in on it, right, on social media, because that's just asking to be dragged into the discourse, so to speak. And so, we ended up having a conversation where, again, after providing the disclaimer to him that, not to share any information with me that he wouldn't be comfortable making public, I proceeded to ask if he would be kind enough to confirm a few of the suspicions that I had around VShojo and the way that they did things behind the scenes, specifically surrounding their auditions processes and also the parties. The infamous, by this point, VShojo parties that they would throw. So again, I'm going to relay the information that he shared with me. But I'm again going to reiterate, disclaimer, this is all hearsay from a single person. Evaluate it accordingly. So, first thing that I asked him, the first thing that struck me as a little bit weird is, as he said in those clips, right, it struck me as being very strange that VShojo would allow him to go to more parties even after he publicly came out and exposed or accused them of implementing a practice that is unethical as trying to send hush money to talents so they wouldn't expose how corrupt their auditions were. And I asked him, did you get invited to any other VShojo parties after that first one, presumably where, you were invited up to this secret CEO meeting, etc., etc.? And it turns out the answer was yes. And that was the thing that really blew my mind. So in addition to the whole thing that he talked about in the clips, right, where he was told to say nice things about VShojo in public by staff after talking about the hush money on stream, it turns out that, according to Evanito, VShojo's ability to vet guests to its party is about as shit as their ability to vet who they share information with. Because it turns out, according to Evanito, the way that he would access these parties was that he would be invited, often by a staff member. He would turn up at the door, and even though the organizers didn't want him there, they would just let him in order to avoid causing a scene. So they didn't vet the people that they invited before those people showed up at the door, apparently, right? The second thing, the party started off as being this secretive event, but apparently at some point, they invited a bunch of Niji Sanji members who, after attending, started talking about it, and then from there, the parties became a bit more well-known as like a thing that would happen. So those were two very interesting tidbits of information that he ended up sharing with me. However, the next thing, though, and this is where the link to the auditions comes in, because something that didn't quite sit right with me was the fact that, again, according to someone who did receive hush money from VShojo because they passed that first round of auditions but were told to fuck off, according to some of the other talents that have spoken up about this, they were paid $500 in hush money. Now, 500 USD is admittedly a lot of money. It is certainly a lot of money for an indie VTuber. But it's not really fuck off money. It's not really, worth losing a ticket to VShojo type money. Especially not the VShojo that existed in 2023. So I had a hard time believing that just $500 would be enough to secure their silence. And so the first thing I asked was, did you know if VShojo sent invitations to any of the talents that they had blown off during that first round of auditions to attend these parties? Because these were, VShojo called them mixers, but they were basically IRL socialization events where you could meet, talk to, interact with other people in the industry, both other talents and people who worked behind the scenes. So this would probably be a pretty, desirable event to attend. And it turns out VShojo actually did seem to have a pretty good understanding of carrot and stick incentive structures. Because according to Evanito, at least some of the talents who were given hush money to stay quiet about how the auditions happened were also sent invitations to attend these parties, as what I can only assume to be the carrot portion of the equation. And again, logically, it's to be assumed that at least some of those talents ended up attending these parties. Now, I want to be very clear. I understand the talents making the choice to, attend the parties and stay quiet, because let's be honest here, right? 2023 VShojo is a very different beast to 2025 VShojo, just objectively speaking. This was a company that, at the time, was pretty much at the height of its relevance and popularity in the West. And the only thing we knew about VShojo's finances at the time was that they kept throwing money at random things and they seemed to be able to afford doing so. So I don't at all blame any talent for making the choice between, being a social pariah by speaking out against this popular EN VTuber corpo and, essentially turning yourself into a sort of ugly duckling by accusing them of having a corrupt auditions process versus $500 plus exclusive parties, right? When you really lay out the choices like that, it's a kind of no-brainer that so many people went with the second option and not the first. And again, I sympathize with that because VShojo at the time, we know now that it's a paper tiger, but at the time it seemed like, an actual one. And so I understood that portion of, because you have the carrot of you get to attend these parties plus $500, and you also have the stick of no one's going to believe you, right? And also the threat of being blacklisted from future events where they would potentially get the chance to brush shoulders against some pretty influential people in the industry. That being said, though, I think it should have maybe clocked that blacklisting wasn't an option after seeing Evanito show up to multiple parties after that point, even in spite of the fact that he talked about how they were paying people hush money. I do think that possibly could have indicated that maybe the blacklisting wouldn't be a thing so long as you were on good terms with VShojo's staff. Because again, they seem to be quite averse to causing a scene so long as you just show up at the door. However, the second bit of information, and this is the thing that I really wanted to know, is I had a hard time believing that Trust Me Bro Shoujo, the company that tried to get Shy Lily to sign a contract off of vibes, would be thorough when it comes to making sure that the ex-auditionees would end up keeping their silence around what had happened. And so I very much suspected that in combination with the invitation to the parties, that maybe they wouldn't have been able to shut them up legally. And so I asked Evanito if he knew whether the talents were actually made to sign anything in return for receiving the hush money. And it turns out that at least some of the talents who were given hush money were just sent the money without being made to sign anything beforehand. Which means that at least for some of them, there were no NDAs. It was purely just the threat of social stigma, threat of being blacklisted, which again, pretty two big things, threat of possibly, maybe being sued, but again, if you don't have a signed NDA, it's going to be pretty difficult to sue you, I would assume. I'm not a lawyer though, so I am perfectly fine with being corrected on that one. It was just those three. It was just stigma, social pressure, and industry access. Which again, I understand why you would choose these three over the alternative, which is social ostracization, becoming a martyr, and possibly having nobody believe you. But again, if you want to understand how VShojo was able to get away with it for so long, how they were able to keep the lid on this for so long, this is how. And again, I did say, right, I will say, I don't blame any of the ex-auditionees during wave 1 of the auditions, you know, the VShojo auditions, for choosing not to say anything at the time, right? I understand the choice they were given. I understand that it is unreasonable, impossible, simply requires you to ignore human nature, to expect them to do otherwise, to, you know, come out and make a big statement about how VShojo was actually corrupt behind the scenes or whatever, right? I understand why they didn't. But the same cannot be said for some of the other people who attended the mixers. This is something that Evanito was not comfortable sharing because he didn't give me numbers or names, right? He said he knew of at least 7 girls who had been given hush money by VShojo, and he learned this over the course of the 2 years following, you know, the first round of auditions. But if you want to know how VShojo got away with this, right? What I am curious about, and this is the thing that I don't think Evanito would ever be able to share with me or anyone, assuming that, again, what he has shared is correct and actually accurate to reality. What I would really like to know is how many of the people who came out and crowed about how, oh, I always knew VShojo was bad. I knew something was going on behind the scenes. They've always rubbed me the wrong way. XYZ suspicion and whatever. Again, people who didn't come out with useful information, who didn't come out to speak up about something, who didn't provide anything concrete. What I want to know is how many of those people attended these mixers. Because the answer to how VShojo got away with what they did for so long lies with those people. Every single person who crowed and bragged about how much their senses were on point, about how they always knew VShojo was dodgy, shady behind the scenes, while still sucking off of the corrupt teat of the company by attending those mixers, they are the problem. They are why the industry exists in the manner that it does. Now, I don't know if the list of people, you know, who attended those parties is ever going to come up. If there even is some sort of formal list, I doubt it, right? But, again, I'm not saying everyone who attended those parties should be stigmatized. I'm not saying everyone who attended those parties deserves to be looked at with suspicion. There are plenty of people who attended those parties who are perfectly normal, perfectly fine, who have never hopped on the anti-corpo bandwagon, who haven't been pretentiously bragging about how they knew VShojo was evil all along, right? Plenty of those people are perfectly, you know, they didn't know what was going on at the company. Sure, I'm willing to believe that. And I don't think they deserve any flack. But specifically the group of people who are bragging about how much le secret knowledge they had access to while still attending these parties, if any of those people, I suppose, ever let slip that that's the case, I think they do deserve to be shamed. I think they do deserve to be looked at with suspicion going into the future. Because, again, if you want people to change the things that they do in this industry, what we've been doing so far certainly doesn't look like it's working in terms of moving the needle on corporate practice. The same bad practices crop up time and time again. The only difference is how much people care about it. VShojo, the people who got burned by VShojo's collapse and malpractice, they are special, they are unique, and it's completely understandable why people care about them. But the situation itself is not that unique. Fraud, embezzlement, stealing from talents, abuse of talents, turning talents against one another, all of those things, illegal contracts, stealing from talents, not delivering merch, all of those things are things that literally every other company that has collapsed over the past year has at least done one of from this set of mistakes. Nothing is special about VShojo's collapse, except the people who were affected by it. And so, at a certain point, when you start keeping track of all these collapses, you do have to ask the question, at what point do we actually want this to stop? Does anyone actually want to change the way that things work in this industry? Because what we've been doing so far does not seem to be working. The companies that are good and fine are chugging along perfectly fine. And although good and Niji-sanji is not commonly put into the same sentence nowadays, Niji-sanji does admittedly fall into that category. They are chugging along just fine. Now, the EN side does seem to be, it still seems to be doing a little rough, but again, Niji-sanji as a whole, they are doing fine. But when it comes to bad practices, they are still viable because the incentives are all wrong. There doesn't exist a set of incentives for people to change anything, for the companies to suffer a social cost to implementing these practices. And again, I do want to reiterate, and the reason why I'm reiterating this over and over is because I want to make it very clear to everyone who's watching this stream that I understand perfectly, I sympathize with, why people did not come out and talk about this before Iron Mouse dropped a nuke on VShojo's reputation. But to any talent who decided to stay silent about this because they were worried about being blacklisted by companies in this industry. And again, I fully acknowledge that this might be a very, to put it very bluntly, a retarded thing for me to say, right? It might be idealistic to the point of being outright idiocy. But I do want to ask, if you keep tanking the silence, if you keep wanting to save yourself from being blacklisted, what are you saving yourself for? Because so long as there is silence surrounding these practices, the proportion of companies in this industry that are able to keep doing the same things just to different people is not going to change. Yes, you might be able to stop yourself from being blacklisted, but the companies that aren't blacklisting you are still going to be, on average and statistically, just as exploitative as they would have been 5 years prior, or 2 years prior, or 3 years prior. Because again, the incentives in this industry do not incentivize them to change. And so it is kind of a long game type thing, I suppose. And admittedly, that is quite difficult to get people to think of on the internet where, 6 months is a century. But if you expose bad practices, yes, that does mean, and I understand that this is a very cold comfort, right? This doesn't, if I'm being completely honest, this is an awful sales pitch by me. But if you come out and you expose these bad practices, rather than simply resigning yourself to vague posting at most out of fear of being blacklisted by a company that statistically was probably going to exploit you anyways. Yes, perhaps nothing may happen. But perhaps in 3 or 5 years, the industry may actually be a place where you could choose a company at random, apply to it, and if you were to get in, wouldn't be a shithole. Because at that point, there would be incentives in this industry against these practices being adopted. There would be an enforced social cost to implementing these same exploitative practices. If you want to make money, you wouldn't allow yourself to get caught doing that. And the easiest way to not let yourself get caught doing something is to simply not do it. This is an industry that is based off of how people think, feel, and perceive things. PR is the lifeblood of how people interact. PR is what determines whether someone's willing to open up their wallet to support you with their money. A company that has lost its reputation is a company that has lost its profitability. And contrary to what companies like VShojo will say, companies exist only for one reason: to make money. That is their only purpose. That is the only purpose that they are capable of achieving consciously. And so, if you enforce a social cost on a company for implementing a shitty practice in an industry where the amount of money you make correlates with how much you are liked, if you are caught doing that, you are committing suicide, business-wise. It is probably cliche. People are probably not going to believe me when I say this, and I don't blame them at all. But for too long in this industry, and I understand the irony of me saying this when I wasn't even a part of it until like 2 years ago, even as a fan, right? In terms of just raw numbers, I'm still wet behind the ears. If people call me tourists, I'm not going to object. But for too long in this industry, too many people have acted as if, again, stigma is not a tool that can be used. That shame is this thing that must be avoided at all cost, with no mind being paid to how it works or why it's there. And that's what I want to try and push back against. The reason why I focus on VShojo so much is because VShojo was, in many ways, the darling of the West in terms of corpos. Now, whether it actually deserved that status or not, various people would have answered various different things across the years that it's existed. But the fact remains that VShojo sold a lie, and now that that lie has been exposed, there is a chance to learn some real lessons from it. But the way that we are currently going, I have very much reservations about whether people will learn those lessons. I am going to try to keep harping on about them, because they're the same things I've been harping on about for an entire year at this point. It wasn't always popular to say what I was saying back then, but I don't blame too many people for not doing so. I certainly don't blame anyone else who was in my content niche for not doing so, because it probably wouldn't have made for good content, admittedly. It probably would have gotten you a lot of angry, a lot of antis, a lot of angry comments and stuff like that, which I understand not everyone wants to deal with. But at the same time, what I want to be able to try and impart on people is, one, if you are someone who, has insider knowledge, I would advise you to not vague post about it. Either stay silent so that people who are currently complicit in those practices, who have to deal with those practices, are forced into a position where they actually have to do something about them, instead of just gaining empty emotional catharsis by complaining, or say something specific. Come out with actionable information. Create space in the court of public opinion for other people who do have perhaps more concrete evidence to speak up, to feel like they can speak up. Because that is a big thing. Now, I'm not saying that we should just, believe all accusations, because that's stupid, right? You don't want to do that. But what I am saying is, right now, there is a stigma that goes too strongly in the opposite direction, where even if something is blatantly obvious, if the evidence for its existence is right there in front of everybody, before we are given permission by a widely liked and popular content creator, it is socially unacceptable to acknowledge it. This was exactly what happened with VShojo's auditions. That's why I use them as a case study in this. That's why I keep harping on, again, about the 10,000 applicants. Because the reason why VShojo managed to get 10,000 was because of that stigma that existed around pointing out the things that were blatantly obvious. Like the Nepo hiring, like hiding behind the talents for PR, like not having a company identity. All of these things were obvious and observable. But everyone played along with the charade. And that's the thing that I would like to shame. That's the thing that I would like to stigmatize. Again, part of that is going to require me to undo that instinctive knee-jerk reaction of stigma bad, shame bad. It's going to take a while. I'm not even sure if I'm going to succeed. But doing streams like this is a start, at least. It's my, I suppose, in a way, my attempt at contributing to the industry. Now, I'm under no illusions as to my impact. I'm under no illusions as to the nobility of my cause. I'm not an advocate. I'm not a good person TM. I'm basically the industry equivalent of a dog and a forensic team. But what I am saying is that fans don't have to be trapped in some sort of binary where you either see, hear, and observe nothing at all, or you must rabidly defend your favorite company against all criticism while interpreting every criticism as a personal attack against your favorite talents. It doesn't have to be one or the other. You don't have to wait for someone else to come in and tell you, hey, it's alright for you to acknowledge this thing that is blatantly obvious. Right? If you ever get tired of being told how to recognize whether something is bad or good, if you ever want to develop the ability to maybe recognize the signs and symptoms of that for yourself, that's what my content is for. I give you the ability to practice prejudice, the kind of prejudice that stops you from opening your wallet to support people who are only there to exploit you and those who you care about. Perhaps you care about them as your favorite content creator. Perhaps you care about them as a friend. Perhaps you care about them as family. But at the end of the day, if you want to care about them, if you want to care for them, best thing you can do is to learn to identify when something seems to be wrong. There's something not quite right about the entity, the person trying to convince you to cough up cash. And at the end of the day, regardless of how much of a pretty veneer a company puts around itself, that is fundamentally its objective, its purpose behind existence, to convince you to hand over your money. Any company that tells you that it's doing something besides that as its primary goal is lying to you. And people who believe that should be told that they were gullible and stupid. Because that's how you stop that practice from having enough victims to keep itself sustainable. I know we talked about this last night, but I hate that you're right and hate that I gave up. The industry got really bad, but admittingly, there are people trying to change it behind the scenes still. Yeah, and I have no doubt about that. But again, my point is that you can change whenever you choose to, right? Just because you didn't speak up about something beforehand does not mean that you are barred from doing so next time. It's at your discretion. Again, like I said, stigma is a tool, but in order to use it, you have to be willing to try in the first place. You have to be willing to be, well, you have to be willing to be called a victim blamer and other such names before you can actually wield it as a tool, right? Vivian, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to 10 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. But, again, this is just me talking about the personal hang-ups that I have with the industry based off of my perspective of the industry. Other people will understandably have quite different perspectives. And that is fully understandable. I don't begrudge them that. But again, like I said, if you want an alternative suggestion, that's why I'm here. That's what my content is for. And I hope that it can be helpful to you in some small way. Worst case scenario, it saves your wallet. Best case scenario, it saves your career. The latter is admittedly quite rare and quite, aspirational on my part. But I hope at some point it ends up having that effect on at least one person's life in the future. But yeah, that's about it for this rant about that specific aspect of the VShojo audition specifically, and the way that they managed to encase themselves in a shield and a shell from criticism. Alan, thank you for the 5. Just a thought: how many VShojos, niche ENs, idle ENs, and small agencies does it need to explode before people realize that bad practices happen in them? Again, like I said in my in an earlier tweet that I made, one of the things that I pointed out was the reason why the EN side of the industry keeps making the same mistakes and essentially keeps being surprised by the same things happening over and over again is because, like I outlined in my taboo stream, people aren't looking for bad practices. They're looking for bad companies. Essentially, this is the result of people being resigned to sitting back and waiting for someone else to come in and tell them who is evil and who is good. That's the issue, right? Because essentially what is happening is the majority of this industry is basically in a state where they are relying on their favorite content creators to tell them when a company is bad. And until they receive that instruction, they won't act accordingly. They won't know to look for signs. They won't know to look for bad practices. They will just sit there until an explosion blows up in their face, and then they will look around and go, how could this have happened? There's a little rhyme that I came up with to describe a lot of the people in this industry in terms of how they react to corporate controversies. Always on the back foot, constantly surprised, eyes tightly shut but mouth open wide. And it is depressing how accurately that describes a lot of the people who, again, have resigned themselves to just sitting and waiting for someone else to tell them what to think. The thing is, most people who do adopt that practice, right, of trying to spot bad companies instead of bad practices, they don't draw a connection between those two things. They don't understand, logically speaking, that it is the practices perpetuated by a company that make it bad. And so they end up looking for the whole package at once, and before it reaches that point, it remains invisible to them. And that's the thing that I'm trying to push against by giving you guys the tools to identify these practices that, again, in my opinion, are bad. And I understand that not everyone will share my opinion on how bad these practices are, but that's why I bother explaining them, so that even if you disagree, you can at least see where I'm coming from. We all want to drown in our escapism so much that we're afraid to speak up, yeah. And again, I don't begrudge people for not doing that, unless they brag about having that information and just not using it. That's when I make an exception. But for most other people, I understand perfectly that they are just around, they just want to grill. They just want to make content. They just want to watch their favorite VTuber do cute things, right? I get that. But at a certain point, if you get sick of the cycle of constantly just going through the same cycle of surprise and outrage, surprise and outrage, surprise and outrage, if you get sick of it, there is an alternative. True, roast the vague posters? Amen, Geminix, amen. If I could make it a stigma overnight for all vague posting in this industry, I would 100% do that. Because again, the thing that most people don't acknowledge about this industry is, and this is a thing in general in life, right? Something that is uncomfortable that most people don't like to acknowledge is when you're not allowed to complain about something, when you're not allowed to achieve that cheap catharsis, you have no choice left to you but to confront the problem. And I think one of the biggest issues in this industry that people that is a bit of an open secret, I suppose, this thing that no one likes to acknowledge, is the fact that the amount of easy sympathy that VTubers can get by just going onto Twitter and then complaining about something disincentivizes them from ever actually having to confront the problems they're complaining about. Because if all it takes for you to get sympathy from your audience is just say, oh, woe is me, I'm going through something, then even if they're part of a shitty company, for example, they'll never have any motivation to leave. They'll never have any motivation to maybe speak up about their treatment in any more concrete way. They're never going to have any motivation to go and confront their managers or staff or something to push this sort of limbo to a conclusion. They're just going to keep chugging on. Because sympathy is important. Right? Don't get me wrong. Sympathy, empathy, the support you get from your audience telling you, look, everything's all right, etc., etc., etc. That is understandable. That is important if you're going through something. But it should never be used as a substitute for actually doing something about the situation. And very often, in this industry, it is often used that way, which is something that I take issue with. One of the things that people don't talk about in this industry, that is kind of taboo to talk about in this, on the EN side of the industry at least, is the role that gender dynamics play in determining what business practices are or aren't viable. Let's say, for example, there are certain practices, right, that are only viable, I suspect, because the overwhelming majority of VTuber audiences are male. The thing about men, right, and this is admittedly a generalization, but it is true often enough to might as well be regarded as a general rule. The thing that men try to avoid, the feeling that men try to avoid above everything and anything else, is powerlessness, impotence, the feeling that you can't do anything, you can't affect anything, and especially when you can't affect anything in a way that might save and or otherwise help people you care about. Powerlessness is anathema to men. And so in this industry, whenever you get any content creator that gives their fan base even a glimmer of an opportunity to support them through something, their fan base will more often than not jump at the chance. This is why, for example, when Pixel announced that they were shutting down and basically gave their talents the go-ahead to make public posts saying, look, we can't continue using our current IPs because we don't have the money for it, but you can help us buy these IPs. You can help us crowdfund these IPs. And what happened? Their fan base jumped at the opportunity to do so. Because no one likes having to sit around and watch their Oshi lose years of work, sweat and tears that they poured into building up a persona in this industry. You don't want to be stuck in that position of helplessness. It's part of why people have such a strong reaction against companies going broke, going bankrupt, shutting down, but not giving their talents the IPs, while also not offering the talents any opportunity to buy those IPs. Because in that moment, you feel powerless. And again, because the overwhelming majority of this industry's audiences consist of men, that feeling is a very powerful motivator to compel behavior. Any VTuber could, with zero notice, go onto their Twitter, say, look, my family's in a rough spot, I really need money, can I please get any help? And above a certain size, in terms of audience, their fans will, for the most part, as a collective, as a whole, more often than not be willing to just hand over that money. Because they want the ability, yes, admittedly it is very parasocial, right? But it is a thing that exists in this industry, right? They will jump at a chance at feeling like they're able to do something about it. Now, we could also flip it around and talk about how many business practices are only viable because of the fact that the overwhelming majority of talents are women. But that's a conversation I'm not too sure the EN side of this industry is ready for. It would probably take more people talking about it than just me in order for it to become a destigmatized thing to talk about in the first place. But again, I do think that the role of gender dynamics in this industry in terms of determining what business practices are viable or not is an under-acknowledged thing when it comes to understanding how people behave en masse. Again, when we're looking at trying to change fundamental ways that this industry seems to work, right? One of the things that I think that needs to be acknowledged more often are the basic ingredients of how to shape and how to compel group behavior. One of the issues that I have with social media is people on social media don't seem to understand how to use shame or stigma as a tool, right? Because they always use it as a sledgehammer, right? To bludgeon people into submission with. When in actuality, shame is supposed to be used more like a scalpel, designed to cut free someone's conscience, right? So that you can cut through perhaps cynicism, self-interest, skepticism, whatever, to get to the conscience beneath. That is what shame is designed to do when used effectively. And it's sad to me that on social media, that function of shame, that way of conceptualizing shame, is almost completely absent. And when I talk about shaming people who do certain things, I don't mean it in the sense of, treating them like a game of whack-a-mole, although that is certainly one way that you could do it. I mean in the sense of cutting through the clout-chasing bullshit and getting to, do you really feel like this is the best way of using your knowledge? Could you perhaps have used it in a way that would have benefited people besides just you? Don't you have people you care about who may benefit from you not just saying things after someone else has already taken the plunge to expose a bad practice? And again, that's the purpose of shame, ideally, when it is being used appropriately. What a very Chinese thing to say. Yeah, admittedly, yeah, it is a very Chinese way of conceptualizing the whole concept of shame as a tool to compel specific behaviors. But I do feel like that is a perspective on shame and stigma that the West is sorely lacking. Because people like to feel good. But feeling good is not always synonymous with being in a good place. And sometimes it is even actively averse to that, which is what I'm trying to get at. That is not how most people view, that's not most people's idea of shame. Yeah, and again, that's because most people don't view shame even as a tool, or at least not a subtle tool, right? Most people either view it as just an invisible set of expectations they must constantly live up to, or as a hammer to bludgeon people you don't like with. That's it. There's no in between. There's no alternative for most people. What I'm trying to do is get you guys to see shame and stigma in a different way, as something that can be used for good. Not just this thing that you need to be scared of. Not some boogeyman that you must constantly hide from. ideally, sure, but most people aren't idealists. And that's the thing, right? I'm not even preaching idealism. I'm talking function. I'm talking tools. I'm talking things that you could do with these tools. It's not an idea. It's not a practice. It's not an exercise in trying to get you guys to see things in a certain way because of moral reasons or anything. No, very much not. It is an effort to try and get you guys to understand the utility behind some of these concepts that are just traditionally talked down on in the West. Outside the West, shame is considered a good tool? Yeah, exactly. And I do think that there is a place for that in the West. I'm afraid Eva and Billy will catch each other's silence and smell it. Watch as Billy and I fight each other with sandals. Breach, yeah. If you had a non-Western upbringing, you tend to fall into one of two camps, right? Where the moment you integrate into Western culture, you either violently reject the use of shame that has characterized your earlier childhood, or you come to understand why it was used in the manner that it was, even if, in your opinion, it was used ineffectively and used in a way that made you feel bad, right? It doesn't always happen, but occasionally, when you get to a certain age, you look back at the things that your parents, called you out for, things that your parents made you feel ashamed of, and you realize that, yes, it feels awful. Perhaps, in some ways, it might even be interpreted as traumatizing. But it wasn't always bad, and it may have even been, in the long term at least, good for you to be ashamed of certain things. Every child goes through a phase where they are first taught the concept of apologizing. And for many children, apologizing is anathema to them, because apologizing by design is supposed to be an expression of and catalyst for shame. But the thing is, apologizing is one of the foundations of any society. Because if you're not able to admit when you get something wrong to somebody else, you're not able to mend those social relationships when one of you does something the other doesn't like. And I do feel like that aspect of shame's utility is grossly under-acknowledged in the West. I don't know about Chinese, but in Japan, shame is often weaponized even worse than it is in the West. Oh, interesting. You can't spell Asian without trauma. True enough. You know doctor yet? Shame on you. It's a stereotype, but it's true. But again, looking past the shame, in a lot of cases, that stems from a fundamental feeling of insecurity. Now, that insecurity may not come from a rational place, but acknowledging it is at least better than believing that your parents simply had expectations of you without them being born out of some sort of love. Because if you were to choose between seeing where that expectation comes from, even if you acknowledge that it's a silly expectation, or simply resigning yourself to believing that the expectation was born out of not love, but a base desire to control and live vicariously through your offspring, then yeah, the first one is a better outcome in the long term, especially than the latter. Then you have people like Pirate Software who never learned to apologize, no matter how much he is shamed. Yeah, because that's the consequence of treating. That's the consequence of treating shame as, again, like this boogeyman that you have to constantly hide from, right? Because that stops you from being able to acknowledge when you've made a mistake, when you've fucked something up. That's the thing, right? Again, the conversations that I have with you guys about shame and, stigmatizing things, etc., this is very much like public policy. If I'm having a private conversation with someone, naturally, I'm going to wait to give my opinions about things until I'm invited to do so, because my opinions about things usually tend to be quite harsh. But if you do want someone who doesn't mind phrasing things perhaps not as gently as you might get from, your average fan or a friend that doesn't feel like they can say anything like that, then, having somebody who's willing to just rip the band-aid off and tell you when you're being stupid, I think that that's something that everyone can use in their lives at some point. Doesn't have to be me. Doesn't even have to be someone like me. But as long as you have somebody who's around who will tell you that you're being dumb when invited to do so, it's probably a useful thing to have around. You're our dad? Oh, fuck no. Oh, goodness, no. Goodness, no. I couldn't take that much responsibility for you guys, let alone for an entire fucking industry. But I do think that, oddly enough, I know you say that as a joke, but I do feel like that there is a kind of fatherly... This industry does have a very fatherless vibe occasionally, where it does feel like people are too focused on the whole, how you feel in the moment is the most important thing ever, and we should never endanger that, even if doing so creates better long-term outcomes, right? Like, there is that aspect of impulsiveness to this industry that I do feel like fits into the profile of, again, as a bit of a meme, fatherless behavior. I don't know what might change that. I suspect that understanding shame as a tool rather than just this boogeyman that you have to avoid, I suspect that might change things. But yeah. We all have daddy and mommy issues. True enough, true enough. Actually, didn't you say you were planning on a Pirate Software Part 2 stream? Yes. Well, not quite Pirate Software, but Stop Killing Games in terms of how it resurged. Basically how, funnily enough, it was Ross deciding to actually get his hands dirty and go toe-to-toe with what Pirate was saying about the movement that actually was the catalyst for it being viable, because otherwise it would have just died. You never apologize for legal reasons because there's an admission of guilt. If you're trying to legally contest liability, you screw yourself. Yeah. But I'm not talking about, public apologies. I'm talking about private apologies, right? When you're a child, you have to learn how to do a private apology at some point in your development, I would assume. Fathers would change that. You'd be surprised how many VTubers I know are loud and proud about their daddy issues. Yeah, because again, online mental illness and personality disorder is treated as this quirky thing, because the alternative is acknowledging that they are debilitating and depressing, which doesn't exactly make for very compelling storytelling or self-presentation. But it is an undeniable fact that, yeah, a large majority of this industry does have mommy issues, and a large majority of this industry does have daddy issues, and a significant minority has both. But, yeah. Aren't more volatile personalities inherently more entertaining? Oh yeah, for sure. But again, like I said, volatile personalities don't automatically make for people who are very good at defending themselves from exploitation. It's part and parcel why this industry does not seem to, to phrase it in using a bit of a cliche example, it's part of why this industry needed something as groundbreaking as Selengate in order to change some of the fundamental taboos. And even then, I'm not convinced that the taboos that were changed were for the better. Because a lot of those taboos are, and this is becoming a theme, were oriented more on making sure people can feel good rather than, them having a safety net or something along those lines. VTube is a mental illness. What a combination. Yes, an evergreen one as well. owning up and apologizing should start with parents teaching it. Oh, no, absolutely. I can't tell you how many parent-child relationships I've seen over the years break down simply because a mother or a father were utterly incapable of mustering the words, "I'm sorry," to their child. Even then, it is still corpo bad yeah. One of the things, again, I said this during the last stream I did about VShojo, but one of the things that exasperates me the most about the way that the industry has reacted to VShojo is a lot of them have fallen into the camp of, oh, all corpos are bad, right? As if VShojo was somehow supposed to be a representative of all corpos. But that never really made sense, both from their sales pitch and from what actually went on behind the scenes. Because, well, let's just say that VShojo was indeed quite different to their competitors, just in all of the wrong ways. Imagine engaging in 4chan gay ops using your C-suite employees. Now that is the kind of thing that does make me want to start a Twitter account entirely dedicated to being a satire VTuber news outlet. I'm trying to come up with a headline to show you guys what I mean, right? Like a joke headline. It's something as simple as, VTuber Corpo that promised to be one of the good ones turns out to not be one of the good ones, right? Something as obvious as that. It seems like such a easily observable truth. The point where simply stating it out loud and pointing it out seems absurd and funny in and of itself. But oh well. That's just how the industry goes. VShojo was a glorified logo to group talents that have nothing in common, just being the biggest at Twitch. Yeah, pretty much. But again, like I said, it's very surprising in hindsight how difficult it was to get people to acknowledge even a fact that was as obvious as that. All of you guys will remember, but back last year when I went through each of the debut trailers that VShojo released and noted how there wasn't really a consistent language in between them, visual language between them, and how they had the chance to clarify their branding, but they didn't take any of those chances. No, stuff like that is accessible to everybody. It's a set of conclusions that only require you to look at the stuff that VShojo themselves have published onto the internet. And yet, people didn't do it. Because they were in denial, it wasn't socially acceptable to do so, etc., etc. Again, in the moment, I can understand if that is your reaction. But when confronted with evidence to the contrary, such as with the talents themselves stating as much in the aftermath of the company's collapse, maybe it's time to look in the mirror for a little bit and come to the conclusion that there might be a silly Billy staring back at you. Matara started a company that specializes in shipping merch. I don't blame her for doing that, because, I mean, based off of VShojo's capabilities, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if multiple talents decide to start their own merch companies after leaving it. VShojo taking freedom to be stupid too literal. No, but the thing is, Evo, right? And this is the thing that I pointed out in the last stream as well. Being more free doesn't make you smarter. Being more free doesn't magically make you omniscient. Free people are just as stupid as people who are existing under restrictions, rules, or bondage. There is no correlation between those two things. The only difference is when you are free, you can still hang yourself. It's just that now all someone needs to do in order to encourage you to do so is put a rope in your hands and you will tie the noose yourself. That's what being free means. Being free doesn't protect you from making stupid decisions. And again, very often, it simply removes other people's ability to intervene before you do. So, when you when you say, right, that hold on, let me see. When you say freedom to be stupid, like that's pretty much self-explanatory, right? That's to be assumed. Like, if you give people freedom, they are going to use that freedom to do stupid things. Freedom is virtually worthless if that person has no clear goal in life. Yeah, and that was very obviously a problem with VShojo as a company. They had lots of freedom, sure. Because when you think about it, they didn't really have anything that they could hold over their talents' heads. They owned their IP, right? They could fuck off whenever they liked, and even if they did fuck off, they were still able to freely interact with any talent that was still at the company. It was quite literally, there wasn't really much that they could do to, threaten the talents to, not leave, besides just threatening to sue them. And I understand why that was scary back in 2023. But surely at some point, right? At some point, the knowledge that the COO, like the lawyer of the company, had an expired license must have made it into the consciousness of the talents who are still at the company. And at that point, the company would have been truly toothless. They had too many goals. The problem with VShojo is that it never developed an identity for itself and settled on one. Instead, they tried to drag in people like Sayu and Mint to tell them what they should be. It's just that they had no intention on following through with either of them, which is a shame. I also want to say that, again, this is just speculation on my part, but I doubt that the girls who ended up becoming part of VShojo's Monster Girl Gen and Idol Gen would have been strung along as much as they were if it was less taboo to acknowledge the fact that VShojo's first round of auditions was deeply corrupt. Because these are girls that, they put their dreams on the premise of VShojo's continued success as a company. They told their family that their life was set going forward. They invested hundreds, not thousands of their own dollars into prepping for debut. A debut that now will never come. At least not under the corporation that they were promised would host it. And I'm not saying, again, I want to reiterate, I'm not saying that there wouldn't have been people to take their place if they had dropped out. What I am saying is that if this information was less stigmatized to acknowledge, there would have been more of a fighting chance for them to make an informed decision. The depressing thing about this industry, when you keep track of enough failures, is that no one cares about informed consent. People only care about engineered consent. And engineering consent is far, far too easy when there is a stigma against acknowledging the obvious. I don't argue your point of freedom, Armchair, just that in VShojo's case, where they kept parroting how important freedom is, all it resulted in was total anarchy, whether it's staff or talent. Oh yeah, no. Yeah. No, don't worry. I understand what you're saying. And yeah, I mean that's been my assessment of the company as well prior to this point. So, not even counting the months to years of worrying they put themselves through. Yeah, exactly. And not to mention the trauma that's probably going to stick with them for months, if not years. Hopefully not years though. VShojo's not worth that much headspace. idol gen, huh? I thought VShojo fans watch them because they hate idol culture. See, that's the thing, right? That's why I say it was very much further proof that VShojo as a company had no idea what they wanted to be. All they had going for them was being reactionary, and that's it. When your entire brand rests on nothing more than, you know, I am better than my competitors without giving any real substantive justification as to why you asserted that, well, not really going to work out great long term, is it? Freedom for its own sake is how you end up with this mess? Exactly, Blaze, exactly. For me, there's a difference between an animal trapped in a small cage and an animal free roaming in a big fenced field and an animal living dangerously in the wild. Yeah, exactly. Now that you use that analogy, people in this space tend to be pretty bad at understanding that, now that you've pointed it out, which is quite funny. The Anons didn't even consider the life outside of the VTubers. The Anons didn't know that there were CEOs amongst them. Or CFOs? CTOs? Whatever the fuck Mountain Dew was. People say living rent-free so loosely nowadays, but Hollow literally was living rent-free in Gunron's head. Yeah, that's why I said, right? VShojo was run by losers. Gunrun was chafing so hard at the success of traditional VTuber corpos that he never really put too much thought into how exactly he should make his own one work. It was just burning money in order to virtue signal, and that was it. That was the extent of his business strategy. I guess that's why you never hand a lot of money to anybody who worked at Twitch. CMO. Okay, yeah, thank you. I forget all of these redundant C-suite roles. And not a single purpose in sight. I think Gunrun always wanted to display his agency's work as superior, but that's the thing, right? He wants to claim superiority, but he never gave anything to back that up. Do you remember when I said VShojo is like an iron fence and mud, the real bulwarks were Hollow and even Niji? Yeah. Again, people don't like to acknowledge this in the West, but without Hollow and Niji and the predecessors that came before them, the state of the industry as it exists in the West would not, well, it wouldn't be the way that it is. And even VShojo, for all of its bluster and its unearned cockiness, it still in the end had to bow to the fact that its predecessors knew what they were doing. That there were reasons why people did things like debut talents in gens, or the reason why idol culture, as people put it, is popular and aspirational. That this is a common dream in this industry for a reason. I'm not optimistic that that will ever change. But I do hope that at least at some point the all corpos bad sentiment may have its edge blunted a bit. Because indies are no walk in the park either. Being indie is no walk in the park either, I should say. Well, indies themselves are not exactly all roses. Chaos X, thank you for being a footstool for 1 month. Man, I've missed a lot of classes. I hope not in real life. There's a reason Cover doesn't let their people dive into E-drama slop. Yeah, and that's the objectively correct decision. Again, I don't give a shit as to what Yagu's morals are. I just care that he is able to create a business that is able to make money while the girls feel comfortable doing what they do. That's all I care about as a fan. And as a viewer. It's not my place to worry about their ideology. Only if it works or not. Only if it makes money, and only if it's able to do that sustainably. Which in this industry means looking after your talents. We think Gunrun tried to poach I'm sure he tried to poach a few HoloLive talents, right? But let's just say VShojo was never... They always had eyes bigger than their stomach, let's say. VShojo talents were barely any different to the average large indie, yes. But again, that was a lack of difference and ease of confusion that the company itself leveraged to its advantage when deflecting criticism of how it operated. Because, as a lot of you will remember from when I was criticizing VShojo last year, fans of the company, and again, I say fans of the company and I say VShojo fans very deliberately, right? There's a very deliberate reason why I don't say, you know, Zentreya fans, Iron Mouse fans, Momos, whatever, right? There's a very specific reason why I refer to them as VShojo fans. Thing is, right? VShojo fans, if you asked them to define what the fuck VShojo is, they'd never be able to give you a concrete answer. It would always be just a collective, a friend group, a group of indies, a merch company, an agency, etc, etc. None of them knew what VShojo was, because VShojo did a good job of hiding the fact that basically, fundamentally, when you boiled all of it down and you stripped away the pretentious marketing, it was just a corpo, like any other. Not even the splits were more generous towards the end of its life cycle. In fact, I make the argument that VShojo adopted the least generous split possible by refusing to pay the talents what they're owed. But yeah. It's a shame, but it is what it is. That's the way the industry exists currently, and, well, I'm trying to push back against it, but I can only do so much. I can only hope to be able to attract people who might find some value in what I'm saying. For me, it's a bit of a toss-up between VShojo drones and Shoujo sisters. Both of them I find to be equally catchy and appealing to connoting the kind of behavior they espouse. I'm sure I'll decide on one eventually. The fact that Sawa followed Gunrun as one of the first people should show that they were at least in contact. I mean, it doesn't surprise me if they were in contact. Part of the reason why things are so difficult to change in this industry is because everyone is friends with everyone behind the scenes. More cases than not. But, well, that can be, well, that's not an impossible thing to push back against, I suppose. I like VShojo drones. I think VShojo drones is better. Alright, I guess we go with VShojo drones then. I will remember that one for the actual proper VShojo stream that I end up doing. The big one. There are going to be so many people releasing videos about VShojo around the same time. Like Mujin, Rima, Parrot. Everyone's going to be getting their licks in. I know that objectively speaking, you know, for the sake of numbers and, you know, solidifying my place in the industry, I should probably make a video as well, but I have other interests at the moment. And I mean, I've been talking about VShojo for so long and saying the same things for so long that I feel like I've already contributed my my spit in the spittoon, so to speak. Sparky, thank you for the 5. I've been calling stuff like this for years. It's tiring getting shouted down every time you spot something, but you gotta keep going to change it. Yeah. It's an unrewarding labor, but, well, all you can do is kind of cross your fingers and hope that the people with a self-preservation instinct start to maybe listen to what you're saying. The funniest thing for me so far has been seeing how almost everything, pretty much everything that I said about the company last year was true. Which again speaks to how effective prejudice can be when you stop fighting your brain's ability to practice it. I'm just scared of the number 3. Yeah. Look, when I do end up posting that video eventually in the far future when that happens, I ask you guys to forgive me for having an upload schedule that makes most analog horror series look frequent by comparison. But yeah, you can only do so much as one person, right? You can only do so much as one person. And also on top of that, you do need to balance it so that you make sure you don't come across as, you know, someone who's just tried to burn down the world around them, which, because that's not going to be received well by anybody. So it's a tightrope that's quite tricky to, you know, balance, walk across, but I think it is rewarding to be able to do so and to at least try. Fire Emblem Hero, thank you for the 5. Have you seen the shareholder meeting documents for Hololive and Niji? I have not. I've been busy with this and other things that I've been working on behind the scenes. But I am curious as to that. Rima suggested you should do like a fast fact video similar to Legal Mindset. One day you should have a radio show. That was my original goal. I was originally planning on leaving uni and then going into radio. But then I realized how much of a dying industry that was. And how incestuous most radio stations are. I think I've said this to you guys before, but it really is amazing how much of Australia's media circuit, their legacy media circuit, is full of the kind of nepotism that makes it very difficult to penetrate if you aren't related to somebody who already works in one of them. Can't wait for Armchair's VShojo video in 2026. Yeah, probably, because my videos do tend to be retrospectives on things that happened years ago. I suppose that is one advantage that I do have over... some other people who share my content niche, which is my content doesn't revolve on needing to be breaking news, I suppose. Mostly because, regardless of whether a company chooses to announce something now or it simply lets slip later, it'll always find its way back to me. So, podcasting is the new radio. It's also more cringe than radio too, though, somehow. Everyone and their dog and mother has a podcast nowadays. You're gonna do an Oshi Push podcast with Mollington? True, true. When they release set 2, oh boy, we are going to be going to town on that one. Fire Emblem Hero, thank you for the 5. The term disagreement with management was invented by the company? Yeah. You know, actually, I was talking about this at the end of the last stream as well. But in a similar vein to disagreement with management, a lot of people don't seem to realize, but the popularization of talent freedom, right? That is also a linguistic trick that is designed to sell you something. And I explained this at the end of the last stream, or near the end of the last stream. But when VShojo used talent freedom as a slogan, it was very much designed to be used as a marketing term. For the purpose of making VShojo look novel, look different from its competitors. Because talent freedom is a composite concept. It is not so much a discrete thing in and of itself, but rather an umbrella term for a bunch of smaller expressions or outlets for freedom that talent may possess. And those 4 components are creative control, financial independence in terms of, you know, revenue splits and stuff like that, ownership of your IP, and freedom of expression. The problem that VShojo had when it was trying to establish itself was that if you tried to sell yourself on these 4 aspects of freedom individually, you're not going to do a good job of differentiating yourself from the other companies that existed. Because every company gives its talents at least some degree of creative control. There are other groups, other companies, where the talents do possess ownership over their IP. That is not a novel concept for the time. Same thing when it comes to things like generous revenue splits. Same thing when it comes to things like being able to say whatever you like. And the thing is with VShojo, they wanted to be able to market themselves off of these things, but they wanted to make it look like they were doing something new and different. Hence, talent freedom as a slogan, as a term that is designed to encourage the audience to skip thinking about which aspects of these, which aspects of freedom actually work for the company is actually implementing, or whether it is even possible for a company to give its talents all four of these while still continuing to function as a company. And when you talk about psyops in this industry, talent freedom is unironically one of the biggest psyops that has worked in the EN side of the industry. Because language shapes thought. And talent freedom was language that was very deliberately designed to discourage certain thoughts. Talent freedom has the same ring as working at Blizzard. Well, that's only because of the thing that it was attached to is now radioactive brand wise, but before, quite the opposite. Saba's regularly used. Yeah. Sad thing about, this is why a lot of people still want to join corpos, and this is why I will never understand the people who keep hopping on about all corpo bad, indie is the way, etc, etc, etc. Because there is a reason why even some of the people who have had the worst experiences with corporations in this industry still want to someday be a part of one. Because there's a lot of things that a corpo can give. There are a lot of things a corpo can give that being indie just can't. Something that not a lot of people will be willing to acknowledge, is when you interact with other creators in the space, the default is you can't really afford to trust them, right? Something that I often do when I talk to somebody in the industry, right? If somebody I haven't spoken to reaches out to me and wants to talk to me about something, a very common warning that I preface our conversations with, something along the lines of, when you talk to me, treat it as if it's being recorded. Or don't say anything to me that you wouldn't be comfortable making public. Because, well, the fact of the matter is, the average person you talk to in this industry is not going to be very discreet with what you say to them. Now, if I do become closer with a content creator, then obviously that doesn't always apply, right? But when starting off, that is an element of, I suppose, protection and encouraged wariness that I think is objectively a useful protective measure when just interacting with strangers in this industry. Corporations open paths and doors that no indie can. Yeah. Brand power is bigger than people realize. Oh, absolutely. That's why, again, this is why corporations traditionally debut people in gens, because gens have a built-in brand that is unique to them. It is a very, very potent marketing tool. And VShojo just tossed it away when it was trying to establish itself because it just wanted to be different to the other corpos. Mint seems to be one of the most abused talents by corpos and still very much wants one. Yeah, because again, the thing is, whenever a corpo collapse happens, people fixate on the negative things, and then they judge all of the other corpos that are still functioning fine according to the failures of the corpo that just died. Which, again, I understand why they would do that, rationally speaking, but at some point, and this is again the problem with trying to look for bad corpos instead of bad practices. Because if your idea is, if you keep looking for bad corpos, at a certain point, you're going to start assuming that every corpo is bad simply because of statistics, instead of looking for the individual factors that determine whether a corpo is good or bad, that make it good or bad. And that's the thing, right? It is prejudice, but it is not precise. It is not based off of any sort of objective measure or data or anything like that. It's just basic knee-jerk level, association, guilt by association, perhaps is the way that I would describe it, with nothing of substance to validate the link. Kason 100% feels like a fool now. She said as much publicly, right? She said she feels stupid. And again, this is what I talked about last week when I said people coming in to say, oh, no, it wasn't stupid for you to believe that a company was interested in you beyond just making money off of you, right? When in actuality, no, you don't have to join in on calling her stupid. Or you don't have to deny that bit either. Because objectively, and this is what I mean when I say that this industry lacks the ability to make room for other people expressing their humility, right? It is objectively good and healthy for people to be able to admit when they have done something stupid. Giving Kason space to say that is a good thing. And I understand why people would rush to try and comfort her by, admittedly, this is something that women seem to do more often than men. Like, when women are comforting other women, something that I've noticed over the years is that very often they will do this thing when they deny any sort of wrongdoing or responsibility or flaw in the person they are trying to comfort, right? Whereas with men, when they're trying to comfort one another, if one of them is, stressing out about doing something stupid, other men tend to just walk up to them and go, yeah, you're kind of retarded, mate. Better luck next time. And then they move on, right? And that's the thing that I do feel is kind of missing in this industry. Because when you deny that someone even made a mistake in the first place, you disincentivize them learning to recognize how they can avoid doing the same thing in the future. Which is why whenever I see people going to posts like Kason or Zentrea, both of whom have publicly come out to say, yeah, I think I did something stupid in ignoring the flaws in the company and defending it and promoting it as much as I did, as hard as I did. When I look into the replies and I see people going, oh no, it wasn't stupid, and they're replying to them saying that I was dumb for believing that the company wasn't just there to make money, right? It's the whole, you don't have to deny someone their humility in order to comfort them. You can still say, right, that what happened to them was unfair, that it shouldn't have happened to them, that, yes, they were victimized by awful people, that they are no less successful a content creator, no less an inspiration as a content creator, even in spite of everything that they've gone through. You can still say all of that. You can still comfort them with all of that. But you don't have to go as far as saying, no, you didn't do anything wrong. And I do see a lot of people taking it to that point, saying, no, it wasn't stupid, or no, you didn't do anything wrong. And I understand why for some people it may be instinctive to do that. But I think that ultimately, if you do that, and if you normalize doing that, it puts you at risk of coddling them. And unfortunately, when an adult is coddled, they pay the price for it. Because unlike children, we don't tend to get second chances when we fuck something up. Not gonna lie, Armchair going around pulling an Andrew Tate saying to people, you are nothing, be better, sounds funny as heck. It's not really what I'm saying though, right? It's not really, you are nothing, do better, like, man up, or that's not what I'm saying, right? What I am saying is, if people do have the self-awareness and humility to come out and say, yeah, I fucked up, yeah, I was dumb, I think it is a good thing to be able to give them the space to, say that and acknowledge that for themselves. We should make a T-app equivalent for VTubers. That would just be like a roll call of all the VTubers in the industry. I mean, obviously the company wants to make money off of you. The real question is what they do with it afterwards. It's all good if they reinvest it to the talents. Yeah, exactly. However, I do believe that it is a naive thing if you choose to believe a company when they say to you, yeah, we're doing this because we care about you. We're, our foremost priority is you guys. Smile. Because in actuality, with any company, their foremost priority is making money, because that's literally the thing that makes them exist. That's the only way that they can exist. Now, naturally, if you want to be able to make money sustainably, you're going to have to look after your talents. That's where it comes in. But if you ever encounter a company that is trying to claim that they are doing things for moral reasons rather than profitability, you must be suspicious. Because that, quite literally, companies do not possess the equipment to make moral decisions. That's just not how business entities work. It's in the name. Business entity. Yeah, no, you need a good dose of cynicism if you fall for corporate speak? Yeah, exactly. And again, silver lining, I think that quite a lot of VShojo talents, in the aftermath of the company's collapse, will have been given a healthy dose of cynicism. Now, whether that dose was worth the trauma, that's up to them to determine. But I hope it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to have the same trick pulled on them again in the future. Also, admitting you made a mistake is a hard thing to do, so I respect Kason and Zen for doing that. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, right? You can respect them for coming out and admitting that they did something dumb or wrong without either having to dunk on them or having to deny that they did something wrong. There is a third option. And the third option is something that I see depressingly rarely, to be completely honest. Especially on social media. But, oh well. Having been in a small company as an intern / part-timer, yeah, the whole family shtick feels icky, yeah. I don't blame you. Because, again, fundamentally, if you want to befriend your coworkers to the point where you start to treat them like family and they start to treat you like family, nothing wrong with that. But the corporation trying to come down from on high and mandate that, yeah, no, that's a red flag anywhere you go. In the words of Robert Mayer Burnett, it's show business, not friends business. Yeah, exactly. The problem is, well, in any entertainment business, it pays to at least pretend to be friends with everyone. That's the thing, right? One of the most basic, seemingly obvious, but most overlooked distinctions in this industry is the difference between being friends with someone and being friendly with someone. I'm willing to be friendly with anyone, once. But it's going to take quite a bit before I'm willing to refer to myself and regard someone else in this industry as a friend. People make mistakes, as long as Kason don't repeat them. I'm all for turning the page. Hopefully she can get better from that downcast. Yeah. I don't think it should be held over Kason's head, just the same way I don't think it should be held over Zentrea's head in terms of what happened with the company. But again, like I said, you don't have to go for either extreme. You can simply allow them their moment to say, yeah, I fucked up, or yeah, I was dumb. We can respect Gunrun for being stupid enough to indict himself publicly for crimes. Yeah, that's true. Again, that's why I said, I can't say that I expected him to publicly admit to embezzlement, but now that he has, I mean, you know, I have to clap, right? It's like watching someone jump off of the edge of a waterfall and do a somersault on the way down. Like, it's suicide, but it's a spectacle at least. What I don't really feel with these sorry I hyped VShojo apologies is that they are apologizing for something they did at a time when they probably didn't know. Yeah, that's fair enough, but again, the point is more so that it was born of a combination of naivete and also pride and cope. Because like I said, the signs that people's accusations against VShojo were accurate were there. It just required them to be in denial and to refuse to acknowledge them. And that, I do feel, is something that is worth feeling ashamed about. I assumed VShojo was going to pull an iron wall, no public responses, everything. I think everyone assumed that, right? I don't think anyone... If you went around like 2 weeks ago... Well, no, not 2 weeks ago. If you went around maybe like 1 week ago and you asked people, how do you think the VShojo thing is going to end? I don't think anyone would have just guessed, oh yeah, Gunrun admits to charity fraud and signs with his name under the statement. Because that's like, no way, right? No one saw that one coming. In many, many ways, VShojo truly subverted everyone's expectations. It really is the never-ending nightmare ride. Like I said, freedom to be stupid. Yeah, maybe Gunrun should have made a few rules for himself before writing that statement. I'm seriously hoping people will stop giving money to tech bros. Yeah, please just give money to people who've actually run businesses in the past and haven't just sold them off when they're on the brink of collapse. Like, for fuck's sake. Holy shit. At this rate, being a tech bro and a VTuber CEO is like... it's like being an anime mom with a certain haircut. I mean, Mouse's lawyer can thank him for being this stupid. Yeah, I would assume that Iron Mouse's lawyer was probably like, probably busting out the champagne after Gunrun hit post on that one. But who knows? I hope that something comes out of that particular legal process, even if it is just Iron Mouse getting to fist whatever is left of VShojo for the money that she's owed. But, yeah. Again, company got away with an awful lot, and hopefully at some point people end up learning lessons from it that make it more difficult for the same thing to happen in the future. But in any case, I think I might end stream around now. It's 2 AM where I am, so it's been quite a while. Thank you all of you for tuning into this stream, especially on such short notice, as Guerilla as it is. Reminder that this Friday, so, well, tomorrow at this point, I'm going to be doing a stream where I give you, well, anyone who's tuned into the Face Connect Oshipush Handcam streams for earlier on this week, if you want more deck ideas, if you actually want to learn how to play the game, come tune into the stream. I'll be giving more of you guys deck building ideas for Oshipush. And if anyone doesn't know what Oshipush is, it is basically the Face Connect TCG as of right now. They're planning on expanding to include indies in the future, which is quite exciting to think about. But yeah, if you like FaZe, if you like TCGs, if you like VTuber TCGs, or if you want a better one than what we are used to in this industry, then I highly recommend coming to check out that stream. But in any case, thank you all again for tuning in. And hold on. Let me see if there's anybody live right now who I can send you guys to via raid. I don't think anyone's online at the moment, so I might just end the stream here. I don't think I'll be timestamping this one, but we'll see. We'll see. If I have spare time later on in the week, I will. But yeah. Gabriel, thank you for being a Footstool for 10 months. Armchair Oshipush card when? Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot to mention. I am now an official Oshipush affiliate. If any of you are thinking of buying Oshipush product, please go to any of the streams that I've done on Oshipush, and in the description you will find my official affiliate link. If you buy anything using that link, I will receive a commission, which means that you will be feeding both of our addictions at the same time. So, yeah. Your boy is now partnered with the card game that he's addicted to. But, yeah. Hold on. My browser just froze. Oops, sorry. But yeah. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you found this entertaining. Hope you found it to be at least somewhat informative and or useful. And I will see you hopefully later this week if you feel like tuning into that stream. Otsu chair. Otsu chair.